his place on the dais. Senator Scott, please proceed.
Mr. Chairman, ranking member, and committee members, it is an absolute honor to sit before you today to introduce my good friend, Pam Bondi, for her nomination hearing. I'd also like to recognize some important people appearing in support of her today, her husband, John, as well as her mother, father-in-law, sister, brother, sister-in-law, and nephews, friends, and family members of John. Many more would surely be here if space allowed. I can tell you wholeheartedly that President Trump couldn't have a better leader than Pam Bondi for Attorney General. She is undoubtedly qualified, brilliant, and committed to defending and protecting the laws of this nation, and has a track record to prove it. It is no secret that the DOJ is facing a public trust crisis after Democrats spent years weaponizing the justice system and the entire federal government. They become an agency that attacks the American people instead of defending and protecting them. That will change under Pam Bondi. Under her leadership, the DOJ will actually fairly enforce the laws, protect the rights of the American people, and keep our nation safe, and crack down on violent crimes and dangerous drugs. And the American people will trust her to do so. I know that well because I worked alongside Pam Bondi for 8 years when I was governor of Florida, and she was Florida's elected Attorney General, working to improve the lives of Floridians to make Florida the best state in the nation to live, work, and raise a family. Pam was an incredible partner, working to keep Florida safe and uphold the laws of our state, ensuring crime is aggressively pursued by law enforcement and prosecutors. President Trump has made clear that one of his top priorities is to reverse the rising rates of crime, and specifically violent crime, that have plagued our communities over the past 4 years. Pam Bondi is uniquely equipped to advance this priority as U.S. Attorney General because she has a proven track record of success in achieving dramatic reductions in crime and violent crime during her time as Florida's Attorney General. From 2010, the year before she took office, to 2018, the last year she was in office, together, Florida experienced a remarkable 26% drop in overall crime, including a 19.6% drop in violent crime and a 27.4% drop in property crime. These aren't just numbers. These are tens of thousands of lives saved and communities improved and made safer and families and businesses protected. As Florida's Attorney General, Pam Bondi also spearheaded other life-saving initiatives like tackling the opioid epidemic and fighting human trafficking. Her achievements are too many for me to list in this short introduction. As U.S. Attorney General, Pam Bondi will restore law and order to the nation. She'll put Americans' interests first and make the nation a better and safer place. I urge every single member of this committee to support my friend Pam Bondi, and I look forward to voting for her confirmation soon on the Senate floor and help her get to work for the American people. Thank you, Chairman.
Senator Scott.
Thank you, Chairman. Ms. Vogt, congratulations on your nomination. I enjoyed working with you when you were up here before, and I know you'll do a great job. We've seen the bloating in the federal government under the Biden administration. In his 4 years alone, he's added $8 trillion to the national debt. He's increased our federal spending by 53%. Our population is up 2%. We cannot continue down this path of spending way above pre-pandemic levels. And with the past 4 years of Joe Biden, there hasn't been any serious discussion or plan how to control spending or reduce our now $36 trillion worth of debt. If you travel around Florida, here's what you're going to hear from people. They can't afford it. They can't afford this inflation. They said, you know, I could afford to live a few years ago, but today with this inflation, and I can't go buy a house, interest rates are up, I can't buy a car, I better sure as heck pay off my credit card because I've got high interest rates there. So what are some of the things that you think are doable to deal with inflation and interest rates?
Thank you, Senator. I appreciate the kind words. Obviously, one of the things that our past budgets have really gone after is non-defense discretionary spending, which just so happens to be where the bureaucracy is funded on an annual basis, and which gives members, senators, the annual ability to go after some of that waste. And many of it shows up in the reports from Senator Paul on an annual basis. but it also is those agencies that I think have been overbearing on the American people, and I think that will be one of those areas that we can target first. But the president has also put forward reforms to to reduce or have better outcomes with regard to welfare, get people back into the labor force, and those are potentially substantial amounts of savings as well.
So what's the right way of looking at this? We've seen since pre-pandemic, we've seen about a $2 trillion increase in spending. So is the right way of looking at this saying, let's go back, like in my business life, what we do is to say, this is what our revenues are going to be. You know, so we're not going to spend more than that, and hopefully we're going to have a profit. So is it the right way of looking at this is saying, why do we have this unbelievably increase in spending? Should we go back and say, why can't we go back to 2019 or 2020 spending rather than be stuck with where we are now?
It is certainly a valid line of reasoning, and one that we will explore if confirmed in trying to think through what our fiscal goals might be. Certainly been aware of the debates up here, as you all have been trying to get the country's attention with regard to where we are fiscally, and we will look for those types of opportunities if confirmed.
So the regulatory costs up here, when I was governor of Florida, we added 1.7 million jobs. When we cut taxes and fees 100 times, so what really had the biggest impact, we reduced 20% of the regulatory environment, and we streamlined the permitting environment. It could take you 2 years to get a permit you were entitled to under our water management districts. We got it down to just a few days because you were entitled to it. You didn't have to go hire a lawyer, didn't have to go hire lobbyists to get it done. So what are some of the things you think we can be doing with what you're going to do with DOGE to reduce, one, the cost, increase the economy, and build up the economy?
Well, certainly in the first term, the president was very active in this area. It was one of his main deregulatory priorities. He was horrified by the extent to which all of these projects would take decades to get approval, and his view was that agents should be on a time clock. Doesn't mean you're always going to win if you're the person who's trying to do the project, but the agency should respond quickly. And that's the way he thinks, and that's the way I think you'll see many of our deregulatory ideas and initiatives to flow out of that viewpoint.
So what's success for you? So let's say you're confirmed and you have the job for 4 years. At the end of 4 years, what would you say, I was successful in this role because of what?
I want to do the best that I can to implement the president's agenda. My hope is that we're able to deal with the spending components of inflation to get a handle on our fiscal house. The president's put forward budgets before, and I expect him to put up similar budgets that deal with that problem, and to be able to get the regulatory apparatus that we had in the first term back in place, where we're actually deregulating as opposed to putting endless burdens on the American people. I think that's how we would define success at the end of the term.
So why is this job important to you? Why do you want to go back and do this? What drives you to do it?
Well, I think the president deserves to, having done this the first time, people who know how to do the job, can do it well on day one, who can implement his agenda, and it's very rare in life that you get an opportunity to think about it.
The gentleman from Florida is recognized.
First, I want to thank my colleague from North Carolina for his comments with regard to Canada, Greenland, Mexico, and the Panama Canal. We have to support the president. He's acted in the best interest of the American public. On November 5th, the American public overwhelmingly elected President Donald Trump with a very clear mandate. Democrats here in Washington don't have to like it, but it's not up to them. That's what the American people decided. Let's remember, we work for the American people. We don't work for Democrats' special interest or radical ideologies. Democrats need to get over the fact that Donald Trump won to make government work for the American people. President Trump has put together a great team with the needed qualifications to deliver on that clear mandate. His nominees are fully qualified and have the votes to get them confirmed. Think about this. When Barack Obama got elected in 2009, he had 7 nominees confirmed on the first day. 7. How many do we have? 1. By day 3, President Obama had 12. Today is the 4th day of President Trump's team. And because of the Democrats' obstruction, we have only 2 of President Trump's cabinet nominees confirmed. That's wrong. In 2021, Joe Biden's defense nominee, Lloyd Austin, was confirmed 2 days after Biden took office. But here we are on January 23, 2025. It's been 4 days, and President Trump's nominee to lead the Department of Defense has been reported out of committee, but still has not gotten a vote. Now that President Trump has been sworn in, it's time for Democrats to put country before politics, quit their obstructionist and stall tactics, and allow votes to confirm every single Donald Trump nominee. It's time to get to work for the American people. This starts with voting to confirm Pete Hegseth as Secretary of Defense today. Not tomorrow, not the next day, today. The Senate should not go home for the weekend until we vote on his confirmation. As a member of the Senate Armed Services Committee and a Navy veteran, I've seen clearly that we need a leader in the Pentagon who puts America's national interest above all else. I've seen how the Biden-Harris administration pushed the Department of Defense to prioritize wokeness over being the most lethal military force in the world. They prioritized diversity quotas and bureaucracy over recruiting strong individuals ready to serve and protect our nation. The Biden administration put our national security and the safety of our troops at risk. And we need someone who understands the mission and is ready to deliver. The status quo in Washington, D.C. has gone unchallenged for too long. The Pentagon, which failed 7 consecutive annual financial audits, is the best example of a government that is completely unaccountable to the American taxpayer. Pete Hegseth is a decorated combat veteran who understands the mission and what is needed to advance President Trump's agenda and reform the Department of Defense to make America's military the world's most lethal fighting force. That's what every American expects. He understands the sacrifice our military and their families make because he's been to war, led his fellow servicemen and women in combat, and knows individuals who have lost their lives or have been gravely injured during defending our nation. Pete knows how to hold people accountable, make sure we promote based on meritocracy, and get rid of the broken woke policies implemented by the Biden administration. After his active duty service, Pete continues to stand by his fellow service members here at home by leading Concerned Veterans of America, demonstrating a commitment to our nation's fighters rather than to the status quo. While the left-wing media has fixated on an anonymous whisper campaign, attempting to discredit and dismiss his achievements during his time at CVA, those who work closely with him tell a different story, a positive story. The policy priorities he championed were ultimately adopted by both Congress and the Trump administration and will benefit veterans for generations to come. The Department of Defense is one of the federal government's largest bureaucracies. That requires a leader who understands how to rely on a team, push for accountability, and bring needed reform. Under President Trump and Pete's strong leadership, the U.S. military will once again become the world's most lethal fighting force that our enemies fear and our allies respect. And I'll do everything I can to support their mission. Americans elected Trump as a mandate for change, and he's building a team to deliver. Pete is the fighter we need and the right person to get the Department of Defense back on track. We live in a very dangerous world and cannot risk the safety of this nation any further by not having President Trump's national security nominees in office today. I'd like to encourage my Democrat colleagues to get over their loss, I'm sure it's hard, and let these nominees come to the fore for a vote. They can vote however they want, but allow us to vote on these nominees. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor.
Senator Scott.
So can I ask you, and maybe I don't understand the law well enough, but if somebody comes, let's say they come from a country that they don't want to accept the individual back, but they get into Mexico, and then they come to the United States. Why shouldn't that be Mexico's problem? Why shouldn't we just say, you're the one who let them into your country? I mean, why? I don't get why it's our problem. It's their problem. If you don't want to do it, I'd raise their tariffs until they do it. I mean, they're the ones that open their border, right, to allow them into the United States.
It is, Mexico has long had very permissive entry into Mexico, and they're very happy to shuttle people along to our border. I agree with you 100%. We talk about MPP and agreement of Mexico and so forth, but one of the changes in the universe of illegal immigration to our borders now is how much of the rest of the world other than this hemisphere is showing up there. Well, I think Mexico would start to finally develop some vetting for people coming into Mexico if we dumped everybody back into Mexico. And there are people in this room I'm sure wouldn't like that, and it would be ugly for a period of time. But if people knew they could not get into the United States and they wouldn't be allowed to wait around for the 1,013 days for the hearing that they wouldn't show up for, they won't come in the first place overwhelmingly, which again also allows you to properly treat the people playing by the rules who are also delayed because of all of these backlogs.
So why don't we do it?
I think it's just a question of political will. We want to be cooperative with Mexico.
When they're not cooperative with us?
When they're not cooperative with us. And, you know, when Donald Trump rattles the tariff sword, as he did in 2019, they need us economically more than we need them. And I would say one of the mistakes people make is to think of Mexico as an ally. Mexico is not an ally to the United States. It is a neighbor, and we want to get along with our neighbors. But not all neighbors are allies. And Mexico operates in many ways that are very inimical to the well-being of the United States and our security and the people who live here. And I think that, frankly, a period of being much tougher, as you described, Senator, will result after you get through that hump and the difficulty that will arise with Mexico because they won't want to be treated that way, that they will adjust. They will adjust. When Mexico wants to be tough with their immigration laws, they are so much faster than we are, and they are so much tougher than we are. It would shock you to see the comparison.
So do you think the cartels should be designated as terrorist organizations?
I actually don't support that because with the current foreign terrorist organization designation statute, that sweeps in a massive proportion of the people in northern Mexico who you wouldn't really want to be targeting. And again, as I mentioned earlier, it's because that statute was really drafted to get after cells, not an organized crime entity that has integrated itself into the community and frankly is a de facto government in many parts of Mexico. We do need a new statute to give the president the tools, the Treasury the tools to get after the cartels, both as a matter of kinetic action and when that's appropriate, as you know, you all set the boundaries on that, and to get after their finances, which frankly I think you should be unleashed a great deal more on.
So Trump has said he's going to do all these executive orders to secure the border day one, right? So what does he need besides what he's got the authority to do under the executive orders?
Well, as I mentioned earlier in response to the chairman's comments, I think it is a lot simpler under current authority to secure the border than it is to deal with the rest of the problem. All of the backlogs we were talking about, that takes congressional support and help. The deportation effort that the president has talked about is going to be complicated. It is logistically challenging, and it will take support from the Congress to really accomplish that.
Is it money or laws?
Both. We talked about Flores. That's one you're all familiar with. It's an incredible hurdle to running an orderly immigration system, all from one judge in California, 30 years ago. And you all can fix those things. TVPRA, as Senator Langford mentioned, there are some major holes that weren't known at the time, say TVPRA, Flores created itself, but that really only Congress can fix.
Did you add something?
Yeah, I mean, with respect to TVPRA, I have no doubt that it was passed with the best of intentions. In fact, I knew many of the people who worked on it. But it has truly had the worst results, Senator Scott. Kids are trafficked today because of TVPRA. President Obama asked Congress in, I believe it was June of 2014, to close the loophole. Congress didn't act. Washington Post said that it inadvertently provides incentives to non-Mexican children to come to the United States. When Ken Cuccinelli, Barack Obama, and the Washington Post all agree on something, it's probably time to take action.
Thank you. Thank you.
Did you want to make a comment? Sure, thank you. I mean, I would point out the Flores Agreement prohibits locking up children for more than 20 days, but it's
Hi, Senator Rick Scott here. Let me give you an update on where we are on President Trump's nominees. The Democrats are doing everything they can to delay and obstruct. They don't want him, President Trump, to put his team together. Now, at this point, day 7 of President Obama's term, he had 13 nominees confirmed. President Trump has 4. Now, Republican senators are doing the right thing. We worked all weekend to make sure that we get his nominees done as quickly as possible, even though the Democrats are causing us unbelievable delay tactics. So we stayed over the weekend. We got the Secretary of Defense done, Secretary of Homeland Security done, Pete Hegseth was done, Kristi Noem was done. So we're going to do everything we can to stay here and get their nominees done, knowing the Democrats are going to obstruct and delay, but we're going to do our job.
I couldn't tell you how China sees it, unfortunately, but I think that when China looks at our efforts, it sees both a very powerful adversary, capable, technologically advanced, and adversary that has tremendous assets around the globe and tremendous goodwill across the globe and in the region that we're talking about in many ways. So China sees that, but it also sees vulnerabilities. And the vulnerabilities are many of which we've been pointing out today. And the vulnerability of the pause in foreign aid, for example, that's a...
Or refusal to confirm ambassadors in the region. These are all kind of part of a fabric. My time is over, so I yield back, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Senator Scott.
Sure. Thank you, Chairman. Let me continue with what Senator Kane was talking about. I'm from Florida, so what goes on in Latin America is a big deal. We have a lot of people in my state that came from Latin America, and so they're following what's going on down there. And not just for sure the last 4 years, but for quite a while, the United States has not put a lot of effort into what goes on in Latin America. And as we've seen, whether it's Russia, China, even Iran, they have actions down there. So it's been frustrating to get the administrations to really focus on what's going on in Latin America. And hopefully the next 4 years with Marco Rubio as the Secretary of State and Michael Waltz, because he's from Florida and cares about it as national security advisor, we're going to see a change. Hopefully that's what will happen. I don't believe China is our friend. I believe their government, China, is clearly decided to be our enemy. They want to destroy our way of life. And I think if we don't wake up, it's going to be too late. Mr. Mathis, in 2021, you wrote a piece in War on the Rocks explaining Communist China's long-term strategy and ambition. Given that it's now 2025, 4 years ago, 4 years since, has your interpretation changed of Xi Jinping's emphasis on the great rejuvenation of the Chinese nation?
I would say, if anything, my appreciation for the clarity and long-term thinking of the CCP and its focus on these objectives has, I would say, gotten sharper than I put in that piece.
You think their ambitions are regional or global?
They're global. They've always been global. I mean, if you look at the way that Mao launched the Great Leap Forward, he was not talking about China becoming, or the PRC becoming the world's, or the Asia's largest steel producer. He was talking about it becoming the world's largest steel producer. And you can see from every leader, from the CCP's beginning to the present, that they've always seen themselves on a world stage and not simply a regional one.
Mr. Mathis, the CCP has invested heavily in military capabilities to challenge U.S. influence in the Indo-Pacific. I had the opportunity to go to the Philippines last year, I think it was, to see what they're doing in the shoals down there. How should the United States respond to these developments to preserve the ability to operate in this region?
I mean, ultimately, this is a place where the tyranny of geography and time requires us to work with allies and partners, and it requires us to make a greater investment in the number of platforms and ships and planes and drones that can be able to operate over those kind of large geographical distances.
You know, there's been a lot written that China doesn't have the ability to execute, and so a lot of people say, "Oh, don't take them seriously because they're not very good at what they attempt to try to do." What do you has that hurt us? Do you think there's a thought process out there that they can't do what they're trying to do?
We have a logical fallacy in the way that we have analyzed the PRC, which is that we use what we think their capabilities are today to dismiss their ambitions for tomorrow. And when in 1993, when the new strategic military guidelines were set out by Jiang Zemin and talking about fighting this kind of precision warfare in an information-rich environment and being able to exploit that, it looked like science fiction for where the PLA was. No one's laughing now about where that is. And What I find troubling is that when you look at a lot of analysis of the shortcomings of the PLA, is that we are quoting them talking about themselves. I do not like that the PLA is a self-conscious and self-aware actor that is seeing its problems and trying to fix them. And they're talking about some of these problems in a way that we don't actually know what their level of capability is. So just to take an analogy and say we're talking about a gymnast. Every gymnast has some trouble with sticking the landing. But the difference with sticking the landing between a 13-year-old and with an Olympian medalist is a completely different physics problem, and it's something completely different. But it would still show up as there's trouble sticking the landing. We don't know where the PLA's actual capability in some of these things are.
So for each of you, do you buy Chinese products and services, and do you think Americans should? I can start with you, Dr. Lin. Do you buy Chinese products and services?
I think probably everything I'm wearing and carrying is probably from China, and I think that's the case for many people here.
Do you try not to?
No, not consciously.
Dr. Hart?
I have young kids, and so I pay a lot of attention to where things are made and what the quality is. And that means that we tend to buy more from the U.S., and that means, unfortunately, we pay more for it as well.
Stop.
I echo Dr. Hart's. I make great pains to try to avoid when I can, but it's quite a big challenge. But I take efforts to. Yeah.
Mr. Mattis?
I'm in the same situation as Dr. Hart, and I think it's important to pay attention to what you buy and where it comes from. We shouldn't care more about where our coffee comes from than we care about where our T-shirt comes from.
Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Coons.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you to all four witnesses. And I apologize for my lateness in arriving to question. There is another confirmation. There's a confirmation going.
We have a vote on. Let's just keep going with opening statements. So then we'll break for lunch and do amendments. Senator Scott.
Mr. Chairman, last November, the American people made their voices heard. President Trump was elected with a very clear mandate to secure a border and keep Americans safe. Under 4 years of the Biden administration, our border completely collapsed because of his radical policies and open border agenda. America is a more dangerous place because President Biden allowed criminals, drugs, terrorists, and other dangerous people into our communities. There are real consequences to Biden's failure to secure the border, and each victim has a name. Real Americans have been killed. Real Americans have been torn apart by vicious crimes and deadly drugs because of Biden's open border. Over 10 million people illegally crossed into our country, while millions were allowed to stay and had the red carpet rolled out for them, courtesy of the American taxpayer, thanks to Joe Biden. There have been sexual assaults and murders committed by illegal aliens all over the country. Even in my home state of Florida, where a young man was killed, the man charged for his death is an illegal alien. In 2023 alone, former Secretary Mayorkas approved the transit of 320,000 inadmissible illegal aliens to 43 U.S. airports, pre-approved by DHS through the CBP-1 app. Many of them go through Florida on commercial flights. My colleagues, my Democrat colleagues, voted against deporting illegal aliens who hurt police, like the violent attack on uniformed police officers in New York, cited by a group of illegal migrants, some with known gang affiliations, who unlawfully entered the country under Biden's watch. And Democrats voted against the Lincoln-Riley Act, which simply requires ICE to take illegal aliens who commit crimes into custody before tragedies strike. I want to thank President Trump for signing the bill into law just days after taking office. Democrats have also voted for open borders and against keeping our country and law enforcement officers safe. Unfortunately, that's their record. Millions of illegal aliens who Joe Biden allowed to enter, move into, and remain in our country unlawfully. There have also been 70,000 fentanyl deaths in the U.S. each year. Violent crime was up 5% under the failed Biden administration because it had no regard for public safety or border security. Here are Americans that were killed by illegal criminal aliens. Jocelyn Ngari, age 12, was killed by 2 illegal aliens from Venezuela who were charged with capital murder. Her body was found in a creek in Houston. Gloria Casio, age 53, died in a car accident when an illegal alien hit a minivan and pickup truck about 30 miles south of Portland, Maine. Ruby Garcia, age 25, was killed during a carjacking attempt in Michigan by an illegal alien who was deported to Mexico in 2020, but entered the U.S. again without permission. she was found dead on a road with a gunshot wound to the head. Washington State Trooper Christopher Gadd was killed when an illegal alien crashed into his cruiser at more than 100 miles per hour. He was a husband and father of a beautiful daughter. Travis Wolf was just 12 years old when an illegal alien from Venezuela crashed into the car carrying Travis and his parents. Alex Wise, age 10, was walking home from school when he was hit and killed by an illegal alien who had been deported 5 times. Elizabeth Medina, age 16, was reported stalked by an illegal alien who eventually killed her. She was found by a mother in their apartment's bathtub. Jeremy Poo Caceres was just 2 years old when he and his mother were caught in the crossfire of an illegal alien in Maryland. We all know Laken Riley, the nursing student who was killed on the campus of the University of Georgia by an illegal alien from Venezuela while jogging. Melissa Powell, age 47, Jordan Powell, age 16, were killed by an illegal alien from El Salvador, reportedly driving under the influence going about 100 miles an hour, who had been deported 4 times. Aiden Clark, age 11, was killed when an illegal alien from Haiti struck a school bus full of children in Ohio. Rachel Marine, age 37 and mother of 5, was attacked, raped, and killed by an illegal alien while she was exercising on a trail in Maryland. All of these innocent Americans should be alive, but their lives were cut short because of Joe Biden's failures and refusal to enforce our laws. Last July, data released by ICE showed that nearly 650,000 criminal illegal aliens were currently on ICE's non-detained docket and roaming free in our country within the interior of the United States. This figure includes roughly 15,000 illegal aliens convicted or charged with murder, more than 20,000 illegal aliens convicted or charged with sexual assault, and more than 105,000 illegal aliens convicted or charged with assault. Last year, NBC reported nearly 1.5 million immigrants in the United States have final orders of deportation, according to ICE. By contrast, ICE deportations of criminal illegal aliens plummeted. Since February of 2021, ICE, under the Biden administration, has deported less than 115,000 illegal aliens. Not to mention, since 2021, there are estimated to be 2 million known gotaways, evading Border Patrol agents. President Trump's agenda is to fix the problem Biden created, and Biden clearly created. To save lives, save the lives like the ones I mentioned that were lost, we have to deliver on that agenda. Thank you, Chairman. This is a great hearing. As you know, the federal government is spending money like it's going out of style. Last year, it spent nearly $7 trillion, and the revenues were $5.2 trillion. Nobody in this country can do that. Nobody can do it in their personal life. Businesses can't do it, only the federal government. We're being forced to borrow another $1.9 trillion to make up for it. It's one of the reasons that we now have over $36 trillion worth of debt, and we're heading quickly to 37. Over the last 4 years, while the population has grown 2%, the federal government has increased spending by 53%. They've added $8 trillion to national debt in 4 years. This is not sustainable. If nothing changes, our federal government is on track to add $1 trillion to the federal debt every 180 days. The cost of this debt is another massive problem. Right now, more than $1 trillion of money that hardworking Americans pay in taxes each year is just going to pay the interest on their federal debt. That's a waste. So I'm very appreciative of what President Trump's doing and what DOGE is doing to try to find all this waste. They're going agency by agency, one by one, and find out how every single dollar is spent and making sure it's spent in the best interest of the American public. Unfortunately, many Democrats among this committee have expressed outrage, but the outrage is better suited for some of the absurd, wasteful spending they've already uncovered. Let's look at USAID. They provided full funding for al-Qaeda terrorist Anwar al-Awlaki to attend college in Colorado. They gave $310 million to start a Palestinian cement factory, which is used to help Hamas build terror tunnels into Gaza. How can you be this stupid? Another $1.5 million to advance diversity, equity, and inclusion in Serbia's workplaces and to business communities. How does that help an American? $47,000 for a transgender opera in Colombia. How does that help America? $2.5 million for electric vehicles in Vietnam. How does that help America? A multi-year study from the Middle East Forum uncovered $164 million of approved grants to radical organizations, $122 million going to groups aligned with designated terrorists. How does that help Americans? And billions more to add charities that have histories of failing to vet their terror-tied partners. The families I represent would agree that's not how they want their tax dollars spent. They'd rather have their tax dollars spent putting Americans first or advancing our interests abroad, not funding terrorism against us or allies or funding some fringe globalist agenda. So I'm very appreciative of what President Trump has done. I appreciate what Doge is doing, and I appreciate that Marco Rubio, our ex-colleague, is doing running the state. So, Mr. Schellenberger, Doge also discovered that the Biden administration spent millions of dollars on subscriptions to left-leaning media outlets like Political. The Biden administration censored certain media and Americans online that didn't favor the administration's narrative, and now we see that their administration was essentially financing media outlets to favor them. How is this not a conflict of interest, and what do you think of this?
Yeah, I agree it's a huge conflict of interest, and it's really just the tip of the iceberg. I mean, what we uncovered in our reporting is that the USAID has basically been bankrolling an organization called the Organized Crime and Corruption Reporting Project, which has been in the process over the last decade and a half of really taking over so-called independent investigative journalism around the world, usually relying on strategic leaks by the intelligence community, but with an aim to really undermine the independence of investigative journalism. When we started investigating these guys, they threatened to sue us right away. They have a $9 million fund just to sue people. It's called Reporters Shield, but it's an offensive weapon that they use to basically shut down any inquiry into what they're doing. And we've even seen now, we've now traced that USAID money to investigations that were essential to the 2019 impeachment of President Donald Trump, and then also to the Russiagate hoax, particularly spreading misinformation and malinformation about Trump's alleged ties to the Russians. Of course, one of the greatest conspiracy theory of the recent era, which alleged that because President Trump banked with Deutsche Bank, and that there were Russians, oligarchs who also banked with Deutsche Bank, that there had to be some sort of a conspiracy. So that's just the tip of the iceberg, sir. It's really a deep corruption of so-called mainstream independent media.
Based on your investigation, you also talk about how USAID transfers funds between projects, making it hard for anybody to sort of track the funds. Can you elaborate?
Well, sure. And so part of what happened is that one of the media organizations in Germany, one of their big television stations, NDR, really turned the tables on OCCRP and began an investigation. USAID admitted on camera that they had routed money from the State Department's Law Enforcement Bureau through USAID just for optics reasons, admitting on camera that they did that because they thought they knew that it would look bad for an investigative journalism organization to be supported by effectively the cops, by law enforcement. That's not good journalism practice. That violates basically every code of ethics by every journalism organization in the world. They also acknowledged that USAID has to agree to OCCRP's work plan and that they have to agree to their key staff. And this was all literally recorded on video, USAID officials saying this. Then afterwards, OCCRP denied it. They just said that that wasn't true. It just asserted that it was false. So, I mean, really what you're looking at with OCCRP and also Internews is that these are really vectors of disinformation. They spread disinformation and then demand censorship on the basis of it. That's what they did with the COVID lab leak, as the chairman was mentioning. First, they spread the disinformation that it was a conspiracy theory that it could have come from a lab when, of course, their own scientists suspected that's what it was. And then they demanded censorship on the basis of it. Same thing happened with Hunter Biden. And we see that playbook, I think, underway here today, where when you actually when journalists start to expose these misdeeds, they just project and say, you're spreading a conspiracy theory. And of course, that has been traditionally the basis for demanding censorship.
In 2022, the Biden administration donated $344 million to the United Nations Relief and Work Agency for Palestinian refugees and continued to donate hundreds of millions of dollars throughout 2023 and during the Israeli-Hamas war. We now know Hamas terrorists were stealing food and supplies intended for humanitarian purposes. So was the U.S. government funding a terrorist organization?
You know, it sure looks like that, and I haven't investigated that particular case. But I think one of the big lessons from all of this, we may remember, those of us that are old enough to remember what we were learning after 9/11 is that was a process of blowback. We had been arming the Mujahideen, and we had been in alliance with the folks that actually then, their networks then ended up creating the 9/11 attacks. So I think what we're seeing here, starting to blow back on us, where we see the disinformation and censorship being weaponized against the American people, because we have a USAID complex, USAID complex, that's been completely unaccountable. Obviously, the Inspector General wasn't doing his job right, and therefore I think merits this very serious audit. And I agree with the chairman, if there's good stuff that they've been doing, and I don't doubt that there has been, then it should make the case for it and be added in back later, rather than sort of that we all assume that everything's fine.
All right. Thank you, Chairman.
Senator Kim.
Thank you. We do have one more witness coming, but he's had some travel issues, so he'll be here in just a few minutes. So we'll go ahead and go to questions, and I'll start. Thanks, first off, thanks all of you for being here. Thanks for caring. Dr. Patrick, our healthcare system is broken. It's reactive, not preventative. How do we get more longevity-focused care into mainstream medicine, and what's standing in the way?
Well, I think that the most important thing that we can do right now for longevity medicine is actually move more. And I think that the federal exercise guidelines are sort of out of date, to be honest. We don't focus at all on resistance training. It says 2 days a week. What does that mean? I mean, to be honest, people might just start doing some bicep curls, and I mean, there's not information there. You need to give people specific information, actionable information. I think resistance training, okay, well, you can do, 7 or 8 15-minute workouts throughout the week, and that's as good as doing 3 45-minute workouts in terms of gaining muscle mass and strength. So giving some more specifics in terms of like types of exercise, also compound lifts. Like you wanna basically make people be physically independent. So you don't want bicep curls. You want people to be doing squats, or you want them to be doing rows or deadlifts. Things that are multi-joint, right? I also think exercise snacks is a big one. So there's nothing in the guidelines about how people can get exercise benefits by doing these short bursts of physical activity. Tons of research coming out on this. I mean, we're talking, a recent study just showed that doing 10 bodyweight squats every 45 minutes over a 7.5-hour work week was better at improving blood sugar regulation than a 30-minute walk. I mean, that's like 2.5 minutes a day. There's also tons of evidence coming out on these unstructured exercise snacks, and that's also something that can be recommended. So these are the kind of things that you take the stairs instead of the elevator, or you walk briskly instead of taking a car to work. And there have been studies showing that people wearing these accelerometers are able to reduce their cancer mortality by 40%, their cardiovascular-related mortality by 50% if they're doing 9 minutes a day of these unstructured snacks, where they're just basically taking advantage of everyday, situations to get physically active. It doesn't cost money to do bodyweight squats. You don't have to have a gym membership. So I think that's one important way that I think information can be improved and more targeted.
Thanks. Dr. Verdon, what's the most important breakthrough in aging research that we should be paying attention to, and how can we use it to actually help people live healthier, longer lives?
There's been an explosion of understanding of the biology of aging, and in particular, the identification of what we call molecular targets. We now understand that targeting unique molecules can actually have profound effect on the whole aging process and on the associated disease. I also want to expand on what Rhonda just talked about. It's this idea of lifestyle factors. We talked about exercise, but there's a group of lifestyle factors that we all know about: nutrition, physical activity, sleep, human connections, that are really the critical determinant of your longevity. Actually, more than 90% of our longevity for most people is determined by the way we live. What's really important is to know also each of these variables are stackable. That is, if you are eating well, you're going to live longer, but if you actually exercise on top of it, you're going to live even longer. And if you have good human connections, you're going to live longer. Today, most of us in this country could expect to live to 90 to 95 in good health if we were to do everything right. So that's today. And there are communities within the US who live today close to 90 years old on average. And I can guarantee that not all of these communities are actually optimized in terms of doing everything. Right now, as as someone who studies aging, I'm struck by the divide, the lack of knowledge of some of the things that we know are conducive to good health are not actually implemented. And I want to add one last point about exercise. A 15-minute walk in the morning and at night will lead to a reduction of heart attack, stroke, cancer, all of these chronic diseases of aging by 40%. That's 30 minutes of walk every day. And I defy anyone, no matter what their lifestyle is, to tell me that they do not have the time to walk 15 minutes in the morning and 15 minutes at night. This is the type of information that people are not aware of, and it could have profound effect on the health of our population. So I'm really passionate about lifestyle. Next will be, of course, the additional interventions that the research is pushing forward. But for me, the foundation has to be these lifestyle factors. Drugs that target the aging process will come in the future. We're working on them. There are some really promising leads, but they should not be a replacement for reestablishing a healthy lifestyle in ourselves and the population at large.
Thanks. Let me now turn over for questions to Ranking Member Gillibrand.
So, good afternoon. Welcome to the Capitol. What do you think about Kash Patel? You know, I told CPAC leadership that next year's event should be down in my home state of Florida. You know, we also have a great view of the Gulf of America. By the way, the weather's a little bit better. I think it's about 75 degrees. So the first thing I want to do is I want to thank you. I want to thank CPAC for all your friendship and support. You know, last year I ran to be Senate Majority Leader. And many of you very vocally supported me. And I'll be eternally grateful. Your vocal support changed the Senate. You did it. Now, for too long, Washington has been known for all the wrong things. Big spending, no results. Waste and inefficiency. Washington is about enriching politicians like Nancy Pelosi, bureaucrats like Anthony Fauci, at the expense of the American people. Washington was always about protecting the status quo because the politicians in Washington made money off of it. Washington was about a radical social and environmental agenda, about forever wars, open borders, lies and no accountability. Washington was about Washington. It wasn't about the American people who simply want to lead their lives without bureaucrats telling them what the hell to do. All of that is changing. It's changing fast because of one person, Donald J. Trump being in the White House. Now, President Trump is bringing common sense back to Washington. He's bringing transparency and accountability back to Washington. He's working with great leaders like Elon Musk to bring efficiency back to Washington. And the Democrats are complaining like crazy, but he's changing Washington in record time. He's bringing the voice of the American people back to Washington. President Trump is making America great again. Now, what's he deserve? He deserves our thanks and our respect. But what's he get instead? He gets lies and obstruction for the Democrats, the mainstream media, and even some establishment Washington Republicans desperately clinging to relevance. Mitch McConnell supports Merrick Garland's nomination for Attorney General. He's already voted against 3 of President Trump's cabinet nominees. AOC, she's yelling about fascism. CNN is blaring that the Trump administration is a threat to democracy and ushering a constitutional crisis. Guess what? Here's the good news. They're the past. Their voices no longer matter. Their shadow can no longer hang over politics. They lost, the American people won. What happened last fall? President Trump and an army of supporters like you all across this great country started a movement. One that changed the country and reset our future for a golden era. The future is about you and your hopes and your dreams. It's about us. It's about amplifying the voices of the American people and finally giving the government they're paying for and that they deserve. Now, a couple years ago, in the midst of Joe Biden's disastrous presidency, or whoever was in charge, I put out a plan with some ideas to rescue this country from the radical Democrats who are trying to destroy our values and bankrupt us in the process. Now, the way the Democrats and establishment Republicans responded, you would have thought I broke the law. And the craziest part of it, I couldn't tell who hated more, Joe Biden or Mitch McConnell. Now think about it. I proposed some really crazy ideas, so just think about these. Teach our students about the U.S. Constitution. That's a hard one. The Bill of Rights, our founding fathers. Have their kids recite the Pledge of Allegiance and salute the flag. Eliminating the Department of Education. Banning the federal government from asking American citizens to disclose their race or skin color on government forms. Funding our police and enforcing all of our laws. Securing the border, build the wall, name the wall after Donald Trump. Start growing the American economy, not the Washington economy. Enacting term limits for member of Congress. And federal bureaucrats. That's the big one. Protecting the integrity of the American election. Protecting, defending, promoting the American family at all costs. Believing in science. Guess what? Men are men. Women are women. Unborn babies, they're babies. Sorry, Democrats. I was tarred and feathered for proposing such crazy ideas. But it was worth it, because it was time for Republicans, at least the true, honest, conservative Republicans, to stand up and fight the hell back. Now, here in Washington, we're seeing what truly fighting back gets us. The bureaucrats are scared that their lies are being exposed. The money spigot is being turned off. NGOs across the world and liberal think tanks around the world are scrambling because their golden goose has finally laid its last egg. Corporate America is tripping over itself to reverse racist DEI programs that seek to divide us by race, gender, and creed. Now, fighting back gets us a government that's listening, an administration that's focused on a stronger future, a president that really cares, who truly fights for us, and who will not accept the status quo any longer. Now, let me say what I said a few years ago when I introduced my plan to rescue our country. Failure is not an option. The future of this country depends on each and every one of us and the actions we take today, tomorrow, and the months to come. Now, I've got grandkids. Many of you in this room and watching on TV, you've got kids and grandkids as well. In America, we used to believe we had a duty, a sacred duty, to leave things better for our children and our grandchildren than we found them. $2 trillion deficits, $36 trillion in debt, Medicare and Social Security going bankrupt, failing schools, high crime rates, means that hasn't happened. Instead, our political and cultural rot has made things harder for our kids and our grandkids than they were for each of us. It's harder to get a good education now than it was when I was growing up. It's harder to buy a home. It's harder to start a business. It's harder to get a good, full-paying job. It's harder to live the American dream. That's wrong. That cannot be our legacy. Those significant obstacles, even unfortunately inside our own party. But you and we have kept fighting. We have to fight harder now. We have the opportunity, but it takes our fight. Now, we all watched what happened in Butler. We all saw President Trump stand up and raise his fist, and what did he do? Fight, fight, fight. Even in the face of unimaginable obstacles, he kept fighting. Now, we know he's going to keep fighting. I know I'm going to keep fighting, and I know everybody in this room is going to keep fighting with us. Thank you for what you're doing. God bless every one of you. God bless the President of the United States, Donald J. Trump, and God bless this great country. Have a great day. Bye-bye.
What we can expect. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Blumenthal. Senator Scott, you've been most patient.
Thank you, Chairman. Well, Ms. Feinberg, you're going to do a great job. You've got a great background. You believe in transparency. You believe in accountability. You're going to bring a breath of fresh air because you know in the private sector, you've got to get results by holding people accountable, but giving them specific tasks to get done, and you're going to do a great job. In the last 6 years, we passed a significant amount of legislation through the National Defense Authorization Act to hold China accountable, whether it's we don't buy Chinese drones in our military and our government, federal government. We don't buy LiDAR technology. We stop buying Chinese garlic that's made in sewer water in our commissaries. We hopefully are starting the process of not buying Chinese drugs for our military. How important it is to our fighting men and women that we don't rely on Communist China, who has decided to be our adversary, for anything in time of war.
I'm sorry, Senator.
How important is it to completely decouple from China from the standpoint of what our military is doing?
It's very important and very difficult, but we got to do it with urgency.
So do you think we ought to be buying Chinese computers for our military?
No.
Do you think we ought to be buying Chinese medicines for our military?
No.
We ought to be, what about Chinese chips? How about Chinese telephones?
No.
Can you name anything that's made in China that we ought to just go full force and be buying for our military?
Well, there are some completely commoditized basic products that wouldn't put our national security in jeopardy, but it's certainly a difficult problem.
Yeah. So the audits, you've invested a lot of companies. Did you ever do an audit?
Did I ever do an audit personally?
Yeah. No, but did you ever have all your companies audited?
All of them are.
Yep. And if the auditor gave you some points that you had to get fixed by the next audit, did you do it?
We better fix it by that audit.
Yep. And if not, what would you do?
If you don't have an audit, it's a big problem.
Yeah. So would you keep the CFO?
No.
No. So our military doesn't have an audit. I think the Marines are the only ones that have completed the audit. So what do you think ought to happen to change the attitude with regard to audits of our Department of Defense?
Well, we got to make it a priority, but in making audit a priority, it will also help us on all types of understanding financial metrics, our cost structure, our capabilities. You know, one thing that I've observed is that while we've had some great, obviously, civilian leadership in the Pentagon, in my humble opinion, at times, some of the people in the operational execution jobs are not involved in detail. And we're going to set up a war room, if I'm fortunate enough to be confirmed. And we're going to go over every program, every cost, line by line, with an army of people until it's done 24/7. And we're going to understand where our costs are, why we don't have our audit, where the financial problems are, and then we'll come up with a plan to fix it. But it has to be done line by line a deal. It's a big task. It's a big war room. But I think the Pentagon will support it, and I think the people will be excited to see it as well.
So in your private sector, as you made investments, did you a lot of times did you have to make tough decisions other people wouldn't make? It was as simple as that. They just wouldn't make the decision to look how things were being spent, or programs that didn't work, or things like that.
We had to make tough decisions all the time, and not everyone is right. But if you're afraid to act, the problem is worse.
Right. So are you optimistic that you'll be able to have a positive impact on getting the military in a position that we're most lethal fighting force out there?
The Secretary has made that a big priority, and I think we can absolutely make great strides toward it.
So let's assume you serve for 4 years. What would you like to say you accomplished at the end of those 4 years?
Basically that I've helped the Secretary and the President improve DOD, preferably in total anonymity, and I'll fade off into the sunset with some better performance that hopefully I had some small role in.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Scott. Senator King.
All right. Mr. Phelan, let me just ask a couple questions. First off, can we put up we have a picture. I just want to get your reaction. I don't know if you've seen this picture yet. This was the USS Dewey, the Singapore last week. How does it make you feel?
Please don't give it to President Trump, because I'll get a text at like 1 in the morning. So if,
I'm taking over the White House right after this, so you'll know exactly what your expectations are.
yeah, I think that's it's terrible. I think they should be ashamed. I mean, would you want to go on that ship?
No, I served on a ship. If this happened on our ship, we would all been painting all night long. We had to constantly paint the darn ship. I mean, we never would go into a port. When I was in the Navy, it looked like this. So it was pretty disgusting. So you've heard those stories. We don't have enough ships. We can't build ships. We're not building the right ships. Recruiting's bad. Retention's bad. Maintenance is bad. So give me, what's your pitch? What's your, so you're a business guy. You've dealt with troubled companies before. And so how would you do it?
Thanks for the question. Look, it's very complicated because this is a huge organization that's very complex with a lot of tradition in it. I think at the end of the day, I have to work with the key senior leadership and set the vision and the tone for what we are going to try to accomplish. And I'm hopeful that a large majority of that leadership is on board with that vision and that tone and what we're going to try to do. And if they're not, then they should reconsider staying on ultimately. I need them, and they're going to need me. And so we need to work together in order to try to turn this around. I think we're at as I said, a critical inflection point. I take our adversaries at their word. These are very strong people who are going to try to take on our dominance and try to supplant the United States. And I think we're at a much more critical time than most people recognize. And so I think we need to fix the Navy. I think it was Ronald Reagan who said the only thing more expensive than a Navy is not having a good Navy. And I believe that's actually right. So I think it's basically setting the proper vision, setting the proper benchmarks, key performance indicators, and then creating the appropriate feedback loops to make sure we're getting those done and having the right team to do it. And we've done this before with many companies. Again, this is a complicated one with big tradition. Some of those traditions need to be respected. Some of them need to be questioned, and we need to get modernized. And so that's what I'd hope I'd bring to the table is more of a partnership approach, but with a shared vision and purpose.
So were any of your companies like this?
I've dealt not with the company this size, but I've dealt with companies that had a lot of complications and that needed to be changed quickly.
All right, thank you. Senator Warren.
Thank you very much, Mr.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. Senator Scott.
Thank you, Chairman. Thanks for being here. How much do you think we've spent in foreign aid in Central and South America in the last 10 years? Do you guys have any idea?
In totality, I'll just take a stab in the dark. Maybe 20 billion. I think 2.2 billion was authorized for fiscal year 2025.
Okay. Do you think that's what the number is?
I don't have the numbers, Senator. Apologies.
Okay. So, let's say it's $20 billion. So if I went to the taxpayers back in my state and said, "This is what you got for $20 billion," what would you say we got? What would a Florida taxpayer say we got out of that $20 billion expenditures?
You might have
if I had to guess, I would say that they would probably say not enough.
Yeah. What would be something concrete that we could say that we got out of the, if I went back to talk to taxpayers and they'd say, so with that $20 billion, this is what we got.
We fund law enforcement measures in Mexico. Now, given they're not as productive as we would like them to be, we've given millions recently to support the multilateral security support mission in Haiti to prevent the collapse of the country. So in terms of the security measures, we do support anti-narcotic efforts.
What would you say that if I have to go back to a taxpayer and tell them that I got a return somehow, what would you say I got?
I mean, obviously, some of these taxpayers may be looking for, immediate solutions to the problems that they are witnessing and encountering. The challenge is that a lot of this is medium to long term in nature, right? It's an effort to work over time with our partners to address issues that are enormously complex and require multifaceted solutions. That is hard to explain to a taxpayer, but I mean, truly, across the board, it's health, it's education, it's addressing the root causes of migration to, over time, reduce overall flows of irregular migration to the United States. It's addressing insecurity, it's building ties, it's building trust, it's building...
Let's go through that for a second. So I went back to Florida and say, I just spent $20 billion of your money, and we prevented drugs from coming in. They say, wait a minute. 78,000 people died of fentanyl last year. They'd say, you haven't been very successful. They'd say, we are worried about crime in our country, and you're paying for police in another country when we don't have enough police on the streets in our country. And in 2023, something like 1 out of every 43 Americans was subject to a violent crime. They'd say, we've got, you spend money, you say, on health care. They say, we have people in our country that don't have enough health. I mean, our food, all these things. I mean, I've been up here 6 years. This is the busiest time since I've been up here. Everybody in my office is asking for money, and here's what my pitch to them. I said, I just went through a campaign. There's not one person, almost in every issue that people are talking about, they're worried about cutting spending, that one Floridian brought up that we got to make sure we do that. There's not one, and my problem is I can't go back to Florida and say, boy, I'm excited about how much money we spent on foreign aid because I got something good happen. Let's see. Castro regime still controls Cuba. Venezuela just stole another election. Ortega's getting stronger in Nicaragua. Petro's a terrorist. Name it. Lula's trying to destroy Brazil. I don't know, did we help Milei get elected? I don't think so. We got it. Yeah, so I look at it and say, so short-term, long-term, 20 years, I can't see what we did in Latin America that we spent, if we spent $20 billion that we got to return. And that's what I have to do. I have to go home and say, here's how your tax dollars are going to get spent. What would you be thinking how if you think that way, if you, like a citizen that thinks their taxes are too high, what do you say to them?
Again, I mean, this is not there's not a country that doesn't struggle with this to some degree. I mean, these debates are ongoing everywhere, including in China, right? Where they say, what is this Belt and Road Initiative about? Stop spending our money on it and do something at home, right? This is the problem that many countries are experiencing. Nevertheless, most have conceded that foreign aid achieves wide-ranging objectives, strategic, security-related, health and safety related. I mean, really, you name it. And in terms of building our partnerships with the region, if we believe that there's strength in numbers, right? A lot of this is intangible. A lot of this is, again, medium to long term. And so it is very difficult to explain to an electorate. But, I think we need to determine whether we believe that this is the right course of action ourselves, right? And then make the effort to come up with narratives that do demonstrate the value over time of these commitments. And I'm sure I'm not particularly equipped to offer concrete, evidence at this particular moment, but I'm sure that the many institutions that do these things have, countless examples of the ways in which they've impacted the region positively and U.S. citizens positively, directly, as a result. I wish I had something more concrete to offer in the way of messaging.
I hate to cut off this debate because this is a really, really important debate. Unfortunately, we're in the process of voting. They're going to call all of us down there in a minute. And Senator Curtis, I want to give you a shot at this, please.
Thank you very, very much, Senator Scott.
Sure. Mr. Colbeck, congratulations first on your nomination, and thanks for being here. Thank you for taking the opportunity to meet with me. You made a commitment when we met that you're going to do everything you can to enact President Trump's agenda, standing with our allies, including Israel, and bringing peace back through strength. So as we talked about, I represent Florida, got a big Jewish population, very pro-Israel population in my state. After 4 years of President Biden's complete abandonment of Israel and appeasement of dangerous regimes in Iran, China, and more, I thank God we have President Trump back in the White House, the most pro-Israel president in our nation's history. President Trump has already made clear that as long as he is president, Iran will never be allowed to have a nuclear weapon. And I've been encouraged by the decisive actions he's taken so far to restore maximum pressure on Iran. I've heard concerns, as you know, from my constituents. So can you talk about your previous comments on Iran and your commitment to supporting Israel and supporting the president's agenda?
Sure. Thank you very much, Senator. As you said, I'm honored to be nominated by President Trump. I would be honored to serve in his administration if confirmed. I believe he has the right America First, Peace Through Strength perspective. He's an excellent negotiator, and I think he's putting together a great team, and if confirmed, I'd be honored to serve among them. I believe I have a very strong record, more than strong, airtight a record on support for Israel, which I've referred to as a model ally. I think it's a key interest of the United States, and its security has been obviously taken a huge body blow as a result of the Hamas attacks and the concurrent attacks or subsequent attacks from Iran and its proxies and so forth. And I've publicly stood with Israel. I believe it's important to have the memorandum of understanding and so forth, that we stand behind Israel not only politically but financially and with wherever possible and as part of our overall strategy, militarily and so forth. On the issue of Iran, I've made clear that my personal position, as Senator Sullivan rightly underlines, is that Iran should not have a nuclear weapon. We should deny Iran to have a nuclear weapon, and that if confirmed, it would be my personal responsibility, and my duty, to present the president with very good, plausible options that are credible options that are consistent, I should stress, with the president's overall approach, of course, which is to try to have a trust but verify negotiated agreement or something like it. But you got to have the hammer there available. What I would say, Senator, and I was discussing with Senator Sullivan a little bit, is the way that I would look at the overall kind of arc of my thinking, if you'll permit me, is to say the thrust of my thinking and advocacy over the years and my strategic approach has been, we got to get the ends, ways, and means together. We got to have something close. I think what President Trump is talking about, very similar, we were talking about President Reagan, to the Weinberger Doctrine. Say, if you're going to, you need to be strong to get peace. But if we're going to put American forces into action, we're going to have a clear goal. It's going to have an exit strategy that's plausible. That doesn't mean inaction, but that's the kind of thing. And a lot of my advocacy and commentary, especially as a kind of public intellectual, if you will, was pushing back against a lot of people who frankly, I would say we're quite cavalier about the employment of military force. And I think, to your point, Senator, with President Trump's leadership, with the Vice President, with Secretary of Defense Hegseth, we have a team that understands strength for sure, that understands the role of negotiation, but also understands that it's important, the downside risks of the use of military force and the importance of not being cavalier about it, employing our men and women in uniform.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
The prior administration withheld and slowed down the delivery of bombs to Israel and the Joint Direct Action munition kits that convert those bombs into precision-guided munitions. In this row, I think would you just go on and commit that you agree that we should reverse the Forbes administration's anti-Israel policies and correct any bureaucratic holdups that are delaying any U.S. arms to Israel?
I agree, Senator, and what I've said and what I would say here again is, if confirmed, I would advocate removing kind of the bear hug, which is to say Israel is a model ally in the sense that it's a capable and willing ally that isn't asking us to fight all its own fights. It's basically wants the ability and capability and backing to go out and take care of business. And I think a very effective example of that ends ways means model is exactly Israel's actions against Hezbollah and Iran itself a few months ago, which I think were very effective, and they left us in a better position. Obviously, they didn't solve the problem of Hezbollah and Iran. I think the Israelis are realists like we should be, which is to say the threat doesn't just go away, but they put themselves and us in a better position by the intelligent and robust application of military force in a politically smart way.
The last one's a real easy question. Do you agree that the government of China has made the decision to become our adversary?
I think, yes, absolutely. I think that's correct, Senator.
Thanks.
Thank you, Senator Scott. Senator Colby, in the context of your answer, what is the bear hug?
My understanding of the bear hug, from what I've been reading, is a kind of a sort of like a hovering kind of control over Israel's decisions that some people advocate, which is saying, we're going to pick and choose exactly what you can and can't do. My view, that I think is consistent with the president's view, if I may say, Senator, is that we should be looking for allies who are able but also willing to do things more autonomously and take action. I think in the case of, for instance, Hezbollah, again, just relying on public reporting, I'm not sure how much we in the United States even really knew about it, but it was very effective, and I think it ended up being more in our interest.
Thank you for that explanation.
I'll call on Senator Scott.
Right. Ambassador Johnson, given the current U.S.-Mexico relations, why do you want to serve in Mexico, and how do you intend to manage that relationship while representing America's best interest?
Thank you for the question, Senator. I think it's a time for opportunity. I think the relationship between Mexico and the United States is poised and ready to launch forward in a way that will guarantee more security for Mexican citizens and U.S. citizens, and also help improve the economies in both countries. I'm particularly interested in working on increasing the current trade relationship that we have, which is the #1 trade relationship that we have with anyone right now. And I think looking at some of the opportunities inside Mexico, I was looking, for example, at the microprocessor design and assembly and testing and packaging. Right now, most of those are designed in the United States. They're tested and packaged and assembled in mostly in Asia, in China and Taiwan, but also in other Asian countries. And I think there's an opportunity before us to look at moving that assembly, testing, and packaging to places in Mexico that still provide labor that's perhaps less expensive than labor would be here in the United States, because it's very labor intensive. But I think Mexico recognizes the fact that that's an opportunity for them to economically move forward. And I'm encouraged that President Sheinbaum has also said she places a higher priority on the economic relationship with the United States than she does with China, which is purely logical. But I think there's numerous estimates that both economies and the United States and Mexico could grow significantly by increasing the economic and trade relationship, and that would be one of the focuses in addition to stopping the drugs and illegal immigration flows. So, sir, I'm excited about being there. I think it is a time to make a difference in the world, and that's what I've always tried to do throughout my career, is just be a positive force. Thank you.
So Florida farmers have seen that Mexico completely disregard parts of the USMCA. So they've dumped, especially our specialty crop, tomatoes, blueberries, strawberries, they've just dumped on our markets. So can you speak to how you're going to hold Mexico accountable for complying with all of the USMCA, ensuring the relationship benefits both countries, not just Mexico?
Thank you for the follow-up, sir, and I appreciate the time we spent together in your office the other day to discuss that issue. I was not fully aware of the issues that Florida farmers face. I am now. I'm encouraged by the fact that the official review of the USMCA occurs in 26. That said, I expect to be deeply involved from the time I arrive in Mexico in helping to ensure that Mexico understands all of its obligations, not just the obligations on trade, but all the obligations that they've made in various treaties, to include the water treaty with Texas and obligations they've made to help us secure the border and stop the flow of fentanyl. So I think key to that is establishing a good dialogue and working relationship across the entire Mexican government, and I plan to do that.
Ambassador Glass, I think all of us realize the importance of a relationship with Japan. We've got a lot of servicemen and women over there. Can you talk about how you're going to make sure that we continue to have a positive relationship between our servicemen and women and the people of Japan?
Thank you for the question, Senator. Without a doubt, I have a little bit of a different situation than the two gentlemen on my sides. The relationship between the United States and Japan is at an apex. It's at an all-time high, and demonstrated on February 7th with the President and the Prime Minister, where discussions went on everything from security to economics. We currently have 60,000 troops that are located, our brave men and women that are located in Japan. We have the most sophisticated weaponry. We have a carrier group. And the cooperation that goes on between the two is at a level that actually it's probably one of the biggest challenges, is to make that level better. We have currently a backlog of over $50 billion of items and materials and planes that are being ordered from Japan, from the United States. We've got to work that backlog through. That is an issue. We're actually working on co-production of some of those items with the Japanese moving forwards. And so it is clearly the highest priority that we have, is to continue the closeness of this relationship from everything from security to economics.
Thank you. Well, Congressman, I'm glad you're here.
Thank you,
Good
Senator.
luck with your job.
Great
You know,
to see
I
you.
love it when the Democrats talk about following the law. When I was governor of Florida, because I wouldn't expand Medicaid, Barack Obama cut $1 billion out of my Medicaid program, like that. Not one Democrat said that was a problem. Not one Democrat. He cut $1 billion, and it was a program that went to hospitals that did more uncompensated care. $1 billion gone, and didn't come back until we got a new president. So, congratulations. Why do you want to do this, and what are you going to get done in your 4 years?
Thank you, Senator. And if I might real quickly to say in response to what you just said, I think there are many such examples. If you think about orders that President Biden issued in the last administration that were plainly contrary to law, even after the Supreme Court issued opinions on student debt cancellation, for example, he did more of it. And I want to make clear, because I think that there is something that needs to be said, which is that I haven't talked about violating the law. Talked about there may be issues about the Impoundment Control Act and its constitutionality and what exactly the contours are of the historic power to impound. And that's probably going to, and President Trump has made clear that's going to be looked at. So that's part of, I think, an answer to the question, what I hope to do. I think what President Trump said last night in a speech, I'm not sure I've ever seen a better State of the Union address, but he said there's going to be action. The American people are so ready for action. And I spent 5 years in the Congress, in the House of Representatives, ready for action that I never saw take place. And I don't even know that it's conservative or liberal. It's common sense and it's actual change. The reason I'm looking forward to this job more than any job I've had in my life is because I know Russ Vogt. I know what the President of the United States intends to do in terms of action, to see change And I am thrilled, should I be confirmed by the Senate, to be part of it.
Do you think you can balance a budget?
Absolutely. I'm certain that can to Senator.
Now, have you done that in your personal life?
I certainly have.
Gosh, how do you do it?
It's amazing. My wife is the key. Just so many things.
So do you like find out what you're going to make and not spend more than that? Man, that must be hard. That must be really
And
hard.
look for opportunities to save and not pay for some things that we paid for at one point in time we find not to be worthwhile.
You have a credit card?
I do.
Do you review it to see if it's proper?
The way the review works in our household is that if something's on it that's not supposed to be there, I hear about it from the boss.
And have you ever like changed your telephone plan to get a better deal?
And that's a constant source of discussion internally. I've got the cheapest plan you can imagine, Senator. I'd be glad to tell you about it.
Yeah. So we've seen a 2% increase in population in 5 years and a 53% increase in federal spending. How on God's green earth can we live within this?
Every American who had an opportunity to focus on that number would say that's absurd.
Yeah. So my colleague from Ohio and others here, we just went through campaigns. I went through my reelection. And I tell people when they come up here, because everybody's in my office now asking for money. And here's what I tell them. I said, you know what? Let's say, I don't know, let's say I did 1,000 events in the last year. Not one person in my state asked me about that program. But you know what they did ask me about? Why isn't the border secure? And why is the cost of living going up? That's all they asked me about. The whole campaign. That's what I was at a Jimmy John's restaurant the other day, and the lady was just saying, "Look, I moved to Florida because you're the governor. I could get a job." But she said the cost of living is just skyrocketed. The groceries are out of whack. So, what are some of the things you think that you can get done? And by the way, do you think we can get inflation under control if we don't balance the budget?
No, sir, I don't think so. I don't know. And whether you'd have to actually get the balance to get it under control, I think you could get inflation under control probably short of that target, but it still needs to be done to be sustainable over the long term. But I think the plain thing is that President Trump has made it clear over and over in his State of the Union last night. He made it clear how relentlessly he is focused on that. He's laid out strategies that are plausible in terms of, for example, unleashing American energy production, lower the cost of energy. You not only reduce the cost of every time somebody makes an energy-related transaction, but energy goes into everything that is done in the goods and services across the economy. That's a businessman's judgment, if I can say that to you, and seeing Senator Moreno next to you, think about Senator Johnson, Senator Ricketts. And I think that's so refreshing to the American people to hear. But those are the things that are affecting their lives. What prevents them from getting to the end of the month successfully? And so I think that's right, Senator.
When I was in business, I read the lines of my budget. Right, I had 343 hospitals went through their budgets. Surgeon centers went through their budgets. Every business, manufacturing companies went through their budgets. When I was governor of Florida, 4,000 lines of the budget. I went through every line every year. They had a written purpose. Do you think we ought to do that with the federal government?
I think there's no substitute for it. It requires sort of a preparedness to confront a tedium and work through it because it has to be done. It's a job that must be done.
And if we can't find a purpose or it didn't do it, should we just keep doing it because we did it before?
That one doesn't sell for me, Senator, ever. I think we ought to consider everything anew every time.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, sir.
Senator Scott.
So my Democrat colleagues don't like CRs, but the prior majority leader, a Democrat, wouldn't even bring up a spending bill that we could have done last summer to make sure we didn't ever have to do a CR at all. After 4 years of the Biden administration appeasing our enemies and making our forces less lethal, I'm glad President Trump's back and restoring peace through strength. He's been clear that he takes the threat posed by Communist China seriously, ensuring the United States is posed to combat these threats. I look forward to hearing how you're doing with that. But my first question for General Mingus and Admiral Kilby, since President Trump was elected, recruitment numbers are way up. So is that a result of President Trump's election?
I think it's a combination of things, sir. I think it's the efforts, as I talked about in my opening statement, that have been being put into place for the last 18 to 24 months. But we have seen a momentum over the last couple of months that has been pretty remarkable.
I agree with General Mingus. We really took a round turn on this last year. We had 373 more sailors than we predicted to get it last year. So we had an apparatus that was aligned to try to get after this. I'll take any win to get sailors in the Navy that want to serve our country. So I don't know that I can map that to the election or not, but I'm going to ride that wave as long as I can.
So my background before I got into politics was I ran businesses, and the expectation was you had to beat your competition by improving every day. You had to get your costs better, you had to get your quality better. Everything you did, you had to get better. So, General Mingus and Admiral Kilby, can you tell me in the last 12 months, what would you say for what you're responsible for? What would you say is the big improvements?
Sir, I would say at our transformation and contact effort, where we've infused the latest and greatest technology when it comes to mobility, firepower, our network, our UAS, counter-UAS efforts into multiple formations, infuse that technology at a rate faster than we typically would do, in quantities that is greater than we would typically do, because we want to learn from them bottom up to refine the decisions that we're going to make programmatically down the road. So that's going to expand into more formations as part of TIC Transformation and Contact 2.0 this year and next year. But that's been, over the last 12 months, what I would say that has been our biggest win.
Two things. One, coming from the same type of thinking we're trying to build in the Navy, focused mindset, skill set, and tool set to get after that continuous improvement. There are some common themes here that we've applied across the board from aviation. So the recruiting is an improvement, and I'd say on-time completion of ship availabilities, as well as some success in submarine availabilities. But we've got a long way to go there, sir, to apply that model consistently every single day.
Thanks. Admiral Kilby, we've seen the Pentagon failing to recruit, pass an audit, or deliver ships, equipment, missiles, et cetera, on time and on budget. On top of that, while the Marine Corps and Air Force are 100% recapitalized on their C-130s, the Navy needs over 30 C-130s and is yet to program for this critical tactical airlift platform. Today, the Navy only has one on contract, so can you explain why that is?
Sir, we try to balance our program across the board, all aircraft, all ships, all submarines. I'll take that question for the record and come back to you with specifics about C-130. But again, it's building the most lethal program we can afford.
General Mahoney, what would you say as far as if you take the last 12 months, how are you in a better position and individuals you're responsible for in a better position than you were a year ago?
Senator, two things. First is the second clean audit opinion 2 years in a row, and I think we're in the midst of having a hat trick. Why do I say that? One of the things, I call it the audit dividend. We know exactly what we own, exactly where it is, exactly who takes care of it, and what it is worth. In that audit, we can tell the condition of those pieces of equipment. So we have an increased visibility into the operational readiness as a result of the audit. The second thing is our 3rd Marine Littoral Regiment has just undergone a CERTEX. They have been delivered their long-range precision fires, their air defense. So the concept of force design has gone forward. I wish we could accelerate it and deepen the magazine, but we've seen that success on time. Now we need to marry that capability up with organic littoral maneuver in the form of the light amphibious warship. But those are the two things, force design and audit.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Chairman. Mr. Rubenstein, we talked about this a little bit. Can you give me, here's the issue that bothered me a few years ago. I could not get the, through the Secretary of State, them to make sure we got rid of immunity for suing PAHO. As you probably know, PAHO is, I guess, some sort of sister organization to WHO. And what was happening is Cuban doctors and Cuban nurses are being sent around the world, and then they were paid a certain amount of money to the Cuban government, and then the doctors and nurses got a pittance of that. To me, I think that's human trafficking. I never could get, under the first Trump administration, I never could get the waiver of immunity. And so I don't know if you've had any time to think about that, and what you think about that, and whether that's right. But I think human trafficking is wrong, and I think anything to help the Cuban regime is not good for the United States. I don't think you think so.
That's twice. Thank you, Senator, and thank you for taking the time to speak with me. I very much appreciate and enjoyed our conversation. Yes, I agree with you. Human trafficking is wrong. I further understand your frustration. As I explained over the course of my career, I have done perhaps more than kind of the normal amount of victim of terrorism representation, so I feel these issues, very strongly. I do not know the circumstances of what occurred and what was going on when you requested the information. I have not been read into the facts. I would want to take a look and understand what the institutional position was and what was going on. But I pledged to you then, and I pledge to you now, that I will always communicate with you or any other member of the committee and provide as much information as lawfully I'm able to provide.
At least for me, the most frustrating thing is just a black hole. A lot of in my time up here is you ask people information from the executive branch and it just goes. We're working, it's like so. But all right, Governor Huckabee, can you tell us why is the defense of Israel, the support of Israel, important to America?
Senator, a great question. The truth is, it's been very clear, as expressed by the Iranian government, that Israel is the appetizer and we're the entree. They don't want to stop at Israel. They certainly want to annihilate them. They've said it over and over, and there's an old saying that when people are saying again and again they're going to kill you, you might want to take them seriously. But they've also gone beyond saying they want to annihilate Israel and wipe it off the face of the earth. They've said that their ultimate goal is to first take care of the little Satan, they identify as Israel, and then come after the great Satan. Senator, that's us. And whatever is happening to Israel, it is the canary in the coal mine. These governments, Iran being the most notable, who want to develop a nuclear weapon and who have the audacity to wish to use it to destroy a sovereign Jewish state so that they ultimately could destroy Western civilization. That's why it matters, Senator, and I appreciate your question because I hope people will understand this is not just about Israel. It is about us. And if we don't stand with them, they stand alone. And if they fall alone, we fall next.
Thank you. Commissioner Cabrera, as we've seen, I know you've put a lot of effort into freedom and liberty in Latin America. As we've seen in Panama, the Communist Party has tried to infiltrate all the politics, the port and all those things. So how important is Panama to America, to our trade, to our defense, to our success?
Thank you for the question, Senator. I will say that Panama is a very important ally because we talk a lot about the southern border, but when you talk about the southern border, you can't really talk about it without Panama. Because through the Darien Gap, just a year ago, you had over 500,000 folks crossing. Right now, under the success of President Trump and Secretary Rubio, we've been able to lower those numbers in January and February of this year, 95%. Again, that's not just migration, but that's drugs as well. Panama is a huge ally in drug seizing as well. They've been #1 4 years in a row in Central America, over 100 metric tons, and 40% of the cocaine that enters America enters through Panama. So again, if we have a strong ally in Panama, we have a strong border in the Darien Gap, and making sure that we stop the drugs, we stop the migration, that helps us at the southern border and helps America make sure these drugs aren't infiltrating. But again, that Chinese influence that you mentioned is also a problem, and it's about making sure we continue to make great strides like Secretary Rubio and President Trump have done with the concessions being sold at the port, with them exiting Belt and Road, being the first country to enter Belt and Road and being the first country to exit it in Central America, and making sure we provide opportunities for American companies to be treated fairly in Panama so they can continue to be the largest foreign direct investment.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairman. Thank you for your testimony today. So first off, do you think that as China builds up their economy, there's a greater chance that they're going to use their military to invade Taiwan?
Well, sir, I would focus on their military capabilities. We are not deterring China right now from taking Taiwan by force. What is deterring them is they haven't finalized their military modernization in particular. They haven't honed command and control and logistics.
So if they have a crappy economy, if their economy falls apart, will they have less military assets?
So far, sir, the size of their economy, they don't have to choose between guns and butter. And so it would really have to be such a decrease that you have widespread social instability. In that case, I think they turn inward. But otherwise, I think they have the resources to continue the modernization.
So what percentage of their economy is tied to the American consumer?
So I'd have to get back to you on the specifics, but they are an export-driven economy, and their connection to the global economy is number one. If they believed trade with U.S. allies and partners would stop if they attacked Taiwan, they would never do it.
So do you think it would be logical for any democracy, including the United States, for the people in these countries to stop buying Chinese products?
Well,
Not whether it be easy, should we?
So the way I think about it is, if in times of peace, before we have this type of conflict, if we get rid of all of our leverage against the PRC, we don't have that economic deterrent in place. The Chinese are trying to diversify and to be less reliant on us for a reason. So I think those measures should be considered and should be in place in times of crisis, but potentially not something implemented in peacetime.
So they're using their economy right now to build up their military. So wouldn't we be better off to stop buying anything from them today, so they'll have less resources to modernize their military? I mean, after the fact, it's too late. Once they have the military that they have it. Like, I personally do not understand why anybody buys an American Chinese product. I mean, I've never understood it. When I came up here 6 years ago, 85% of the drones bought by the federal government were Chinese made. That seems like stupidity. It only took 6 years to get that passed through the NDA. I don't know why we want to continue to build the Chinese economy. So do you guys intentionally go buy Chinese products?
So I would add that the technology, I think something that you highlighted is vitally important. If there's any U.S. product, technology, know-how that contributes to the lethality of the Chinese military, those absolutely need to be prevented from being exported.
So you don't think it matters what their economy is doing? I mean, they didn't seem to have a very good economy back when our big military, when their economy was one-tenth the size. And they clearly couldn't threaten Taiwan when their economy was one-tenth the size. So I don't get why we help them build up their economy. Does anybody else care?
I think it's an extremely valid point. I think for many years, we thought that our economic engagement would help shape and change China politically. It didn't. I think there are constituencies in the United States that do profit from the trade relationship with China, and they continue to be advocates for it. I think we should look at things like revoking PNTR. I think we should look at strengthening export controls and outbound investment. Makes no sense to me that we would restrict the Chinese from investing in an entity in the United States that is engaged in developing some technology with military applications, but yet outbound investment can go invest in a Chinese entity that does the exact same research. It makes no sense at all.
Dr. Cha, what do you think?
Yeah, the only thing I'll add to that is that, the other effect of the world's economic interaction with China is that it has caused many countries and allies of ours to self-censor. They stay away from saying things or taking actions that are in favor of the United States because they're worried they're going to get whacked by China with some sort of trade sanction, and all of a sudden they're going to stop sending tourists, or they're going to stop, importing bananas from the Philippines. I mean, there's a whole list of things that China does, basically weaponizing trade and interdependence.
Yeah. Well, I know my time's up. I don't get why we buy one product. I mean, our military is dependent on Chinese drugs. I mean, how are you going to change on a dime once they decide to invade Taiwan? Why we would ever rely on Chinese technology for anything like drones? It seems pretty foolish. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Scott. Senator Shaheen.
Thanks. Well, thank you, Chairman. Thank you all for being here. So, first off, do you think China's our friend? Either of you think their government has decided they want to do whatever's in the act in the best interest of America? Either of you?
Do I think that China is our friend? I'm not sure that friend is necessarily the vocabulary choice that they would choose. I think they view the U.S. as a superpower. It is someone that they can't ignore. It's somebody they have to accept and find ways to work with. The question is more about managed competition. So in what areas are we going to compete? In what areas are we going to cooperate? That's not quite the same thing as a friend, but it is someone you have to live with.
For me, Senator, thank you for the question. The Chinese people are our friends. The Chinese people are human beings living in an oppressive communist system, which, fundamentally, through the dominance of government, crushes the initiative that they have and the freedom that they have. Now, looking at China as a system, what I'd certainly say is that, for me, the objectives of the Chinese Communist Party and the leadership of the Chinese state, it's all about China. It's about capturing as much value added for the Chinese as possible. It's about the restoration of the military and other power of the Chinese state after what they see as 150 years of humiliation. But what that implies is the question of whose security is taken away, whose democratic systems is taken away, in whose interest do international organizations and institutions flow, whose liberty is lost, whose territorial claims are lost. If we look at the advance of the PRC in the South and East China Sea with the militarization of reefs and shoals and what they've done with the Philippines and the Vietnamese and others. And at the end of the day, creating the dilemma for us that, if we have to someday fight against the PRC because of Taiwan or something else, that is going to be a horrific challenge. And so,
Let me interrupt you for a second, make it easier. So, do you think a friend would give your kids fentanyl? Do you think a friend would do that? No. Answer is pretty simple. They wouldn't do that. Do you think your friend would sign a document that they are going to comply with some organization or some trade deal and completely lie? I don't think so. Do you think a friend would try to steal your job? Probably not. Do you think your friend would try to take the property of your next door neighbor? Probably not. So that's the party, the Communist Party, right? Okay. So how do you think that when you see the Communist Party do what they're doing, how are we supposed to try to be helpful to Taiwan? What would be the biggest ways we can be helpful to Taiwan?
So first of all, to ensure Taiwan's survival as a democratic autonomous entity, to make sure that, as happened with Hong Kong in violation of the commitments to Hong Kong, that Taiwan's autonomy is not crushed, in part because it is in our security interest to do so. And
What would you do? What would you do that we're not doing?
So a range of different things, sir, but number one is to make sure—
Give me the top three.
To have a clear commitment backed by military and other capabilities to be able to defend the autonomy of Taiwan is fundamental to U.S. long-term security interests in Asia. And as part of that, also to resist encroachment on Taiwan and its group of friends in the Americas and other places in order both to help maintain the autonomy and friends of Taiwan, but also as a vehicle to restrict China's advance.
How about you? What are your top three things that we ought to do to help Taiwan? Or do you think we should?
In terms of helping Taiwan directly, I think there's a question as to how much does formal recognition matter versus broadening the support base of actors that see the value of an independent Taiwan. And I think a lot of the conversation earlier in this hearing had focused around how do you actually claw back wins from a lot of these actors? How do you push countries across the recognition chain? So, those that aren't recognizing Taiwan at all right now, having a liaison office, how do you actually get the incentives right for partners in the region to do this? For those that maybe are opening up the door to full recognition, how do you move up that chain? So I think a lot of the conversation that we've had thus far has been about how do you get the economics right? How can the U.S. actually be part of the solution together with Taiwan to broker economic opportunities for countries to stay on board?
Do you think we should buy? Do you think we should continue to try to buy everything we can from China when they want to demolish our way of life, kill our citizens, build a military to defeat us, lie about every deal they ever did? Do you think we ought to stop buying their crap?
I think I would answer the question by saying it is in the interest of the U.S. to diversify its supply chains, to diversify its trading partners. And Latin America is a great place to do that. We could be doing more to build and buttress our relationships from a trading perspective there. That's a win for the U.S., that's a win for Taiwan, and it's a win for the region.
For me, I think there's a lot more that we can do in terms of restricting PRC's ability to obtain the technology, especially the technology that help in areas such as AI and other things that both represent military threat and strengthen the Chinese state, and also allow a dominance of certain industries that in a globalized form undercut our ability to compete. In addition to that, I think there's more that we can do with financial sanctions. I think there are certain areas where we need to make sure that we don't do more to undercut our own strength in trying to move away from working with the PRC. So I think there are some areas where we certainly can cooperate and have economic, but we absolutely do, I believe, need to understand, as you pointed out, Senator, that we are in a very serious competition, and we need to make sure not only that we preserve the autonomy and democracy of Taiwan, but also our own strategic space in being able to compete against the PRC and not find ourselves in a position where we are technologically outmatched, militarily outmatched, and otherwise by allowing certain economic things. So I think there's a lot more that we can arguably do if we do it intelligently in that space, sir.
Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. The gentleman.
General Gillen, is the Army-Navy game important?
Senator Scott, it's great to see you again. The Army-Navy game is important. Absolutely, sir.
It'd be really disappointing if you ever lost, right?
We are disappointed, but we will also come back.
Did you go to the game?
Yes, sir.
Do you remember the score?
I do, sir.
What was it?
Yeah. I try to put that behind me, sir, but yes.
Okay. But the Navy, you think it's really, really, really important game, isn't it?
Exceptionally, especially this year, sir.
Oh, go Navy. Thank you guys for what you're doing. Thank each of you for what you're doing. So first off, who's responsible for your faculty? I mean, who's responsible for the mission? Start with General.
Senator Scott, I am.
Okay. Admiral.
I'm as well, sir.
So you're responsible for your faculty, right?
Yes, Senator.
Okay. How is your faculty chosen?
Senator, our faculty at West Point is chosen through different hiring processes as we think about those departments, and department heads lead the respective hiring process. And so for both uniformed and civilian faculty, going through the process to identify those people that have the skills, is particularly in knowledge and experience in whatever the discipline is that we're looking for.
So do you hire them, or does the faculty hire themselves? They hire new faculty.
Sir, through the hiring process, it is brought to the dean of the academic board and to myself for approval.
Okay. Admiral?
Very similar. We are looking for individuals that have the expertise in the fields that we need going forward, have the commitment to the Naval Academy, and the buy-in for exactly our mission set, sir.
So who makes the final decision?
The final, it's everything. I am responsible for everything, but it is recommended by a panel, sir.
General?
Sure, we have similar processes as our colleagues at the table, and especially, our dean of faculty has great authority under my responsibility to canvass for the best and brightest military and civilian faculty instructors as we move forward.
So ultimately, each of you have the ability to pick your faculty.
Right. Senator, yes, we do, but I think that what is important to clarify is that through authorities that have been delegated, depending on, the instructor, the level, I am not personally canvassing captains across the operational force to come teach in a department. I have very capable department heads who execute that.
Right. Do any of you have tenure, or are you looking at having tenure?
Yes, sir. We have both. We have civilian tenure for a small number of our civilian faculty, as well as our military permanent professors and senior military faculty that have longer duration at the Air Force Academy.
We, too, have a process of tenure for our civilians, sir.
We do too also, Senator.
So why do you have tenure?
Well, Senator, I think that tenure offers our civilian faculty specifically opportunities to advance within their discipline at the United States Military Academy.
I think it's a wonderful recruiting tool to get in the best and the brightest that we can. They could go to so many other places, but that we draw in these incredible talent that want to stay. Sir, I also think it's an incentive to stay, which we want these individuals to buy into the program and be able to learn and advance their skills so that we can benefit from them, sir.
And, sir, I would say that's the process of the Air Force Academy as well as part of the academic progression for our civilian faculty.
So did each of you come up through a tenure system?
We came up through a professional military system, sir.
You don't have tenure, do you?
No. Well, I've got 35 years in the Army, sir. Some would probably call that tenure.
Yeah, but you had to perform, and if you didn't perform, you're out.
That's correct. Yeah. But tenure within our civilian faculty, Senator, has to be earned. It's not given. It has to be demonstrated that a faculty member qualifies to meet the tenets of earning that tenure.
Have you, on any of your areas, has a tenured professor ever lost their job while you've been there?
Not during my time, Senator.
Not during my time either, sir.
Neither for me, sir, for my short period.
Thank you.
Thank you. Just to follow up on.
Thank you, Chairman. Well, first off, congratulations to both of you. I think you're both going to do a great job. Congratulations on all the success you've had. And this is a big opportunity for both of you, so congratulations. Dr. Crowley, we hear about actors. We hear the CCP attacking fallen gang members of the United States, American citizens. We hear about Erdogan's thugs beating up anti-Erdogan protesters in the United States. So in this role as Chief of Protocol, what can you do, if anything, about that?
Well, thank you very much for the question and for your longstanding friendship as well, Senator. Appreciate it. The Office of Chief of Protocol does not oversee policy. It executes what the President's vision is in terms of diplomatic relationships, diplomatic partnerships. So that would not be in my portfolio. But if confirmed, I do look forward to following the direction of the President and the Secretary of State on all policy matters.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Senator Perdue, Jimmy Lai is unjustly on trial and in jail because of the Communist Party in China. As an ambassador to China, what do you think you can do to put pressure on the regime to release this hero of democracy and human rights?
Well, I appreciated seeing the picture in your office that day. You know, I lived in Hong Kong, as you know, and when that was happening, I made a trip to Hong Kong, and actually we met with some of these people there and here. And what we have to do is stand up for human rights in a way that is a little bit different. You know, China has now become very aggressive. After Hong Kong, you know, all bets are off relative to what they are trying to do. And now it's becoming visible on a much larger scale with the United Nations, the World Health Organization, the WTO, and so forth, about where they're trying to bring malign influence to change the order to a degree in their favor. So what I'm going to do, if confirmed, as ambassador, will echo the message from the administration and from the Congress about how important this is to us.
So, Senator, the Communist Party sends fentanyl into the United States, killed 78,000 people last year. They treat the Uyghurs horribly. They, don't follow any trade rules. They never comply with the WTO. It's a despicable government. They clearly want to destroy our way of life. And for the people that they've killed, they clearly have destroyed their way of life and their families. So would you recommend that any American citizen buy any Chinese products or have any Chinese apps on their phone or do any business with anything that's related to Communist China?
Well, I think the realization that our support of China over the last 30 years or more, going back to Reagan, actually, in terms of early investment in developing their economy, giving them access into most favored nation status when they didn't comply, they didn't qualify. Also, the violations in the World Trade Organization we've turned a blind eye to. Those days are over, I believe, and I think we've got to stand up, not just for our own protection, but for the protection of these systems that have served us well since Bretton Woods in 1944 that established the current world order. Going back to Senator Daines' recent trip over there, The only topic that I could see, the major topic that they talked about, was fentanyl. It's trips like that that make a difference. Not trying to do trade, but trying to influence changes in their behavior, Senator.
You think she's going to change?
Senator, the issue is what is beneficial to their strategy? What do they want? And if you read what they've been writing over the last 25 years, I don't think he's going to change. The question is, what is his objective and what is he going to be capable of doing? Look, they have a problem. They can't feed their own population. 30% of the people, 30% of the food that is consumed in China is imported. I just said 73% of the oil is imported. They have a real problem right now with unemployment of people under 25. It's over 16% from what I read. If you look at the economy, focusing on state-owned enterprise is a real problem. The realization of U.S. capital now that has been going to China for the last 40 years and not getting the return that we should have gotten, but gave up technology and a lot of other things that went along with it.
If we stop
that realization is going to really change.
If we stop buying their products, if we stop allowing them access to our market without complying with SEC rules, which we have a law that our SEC is not enforcing, all right? If the American public would show up and say this is wrong, what would happen to the Chinese economy, and what would they have to do then?
You bring up a great point. If you believe that this is a new kind of war, it's not Cold War, it's not a kinetic war, it's a different war, and they described it to us in the book called Unrestricted Warfare back in 1999, and they're executing against that. I wrote an article about it a year ago. If you look at that, the way forward is for the United States to become informed about that and to stand up to the challenge. That means that sometimes we'll have to sacrifice, Senator, because what we've been seduced by are the cheap prices that we gave into over the last 30 years coming out of China that were, in some cases, in many cases, unfair because they were subsidized by the state.
But if we stop buying their stuff, what will happen?
Well, if foreign capital from the U.S. stops going into China, they have a real problem.
If we stop buying their product, what will happen?
Well,
if the American public says enough's enough, what will happen to their economy?
It'll collapse.
Right. Thank you.
Senator Scott.
All right. Thank you, Chairman. So, General, congratulations. You've got the right background. I think you're going to do a great job. I always like to see business guys succeed, so that's fun. This is all doable. I mean, you look at where we are. We've got Communist China's built a military to defeat us. We've got allies that have not invested like they should have. We've got Iran, which appears to have, enough money now to continue to support the Houthis, Hamas, Hezbollah. We've got China all over Latin America. I mean, what we have to do to defend the freedom of this country and try to do our best to police a world is this actually doable? Are you optimistic or are you pessimistic?
Senator, I'm always an optimistic leader.
And why do you believe that we can do it?
There's a lot of reasons, but the power of the American spirit is what leaps out to me right off the bat. There's very few things that we set our mind to that we can't achieve. And despite some of the very serious challenges in front of us, we've always rogered up to those challenges.
Do you think the budget that we're going to be able to provide is going to allow you to be able to do the things you need to do?
Well, Senator, I won't get in front of the president or OMB on what budget markers they set. What I will do, confirm to you and commit to you, is that whatever capital we're given, we'll make the best out of it.
Yeah. So in Florida, we have 20 military bases and 3 unified commands. One is Homestead. We talked about this a little bit. We're it's not that far from Cuba. It's just Homestead's a little bit north of Key West, and it hasn't had a dedicated flying mission in a while. It seems like it would be an important base. Do you see a future for Homestead, and do you think it ought to have a flying mission?
Well, Senator, I won't get out in front of the service, but if confirmed, I'll definitely talk to the Air Force Reserve Command and the Air Force to see what they're thinking around flying mission at Homestead. The history of that unit and that base is exemplary. They were with us in the Scud Hunt. A small component of them were there with us back in 2003, and I've got deep appreciation for the culture and history of that unit.
This is the first time I have the opportunity to be the chairman of the subcommittee on sea power, and as you know, we have not been able to build ships, maintain ships, keep ships ready. How do you think that's going to change?
Well, I think it's a significant challenge for us, and we've got to up our game. I'm encouraged by the SECNAV's focus on this, and we've got to get to our congressionally mandated number of 355 ships as soon as possible, which includes our ability to sustain them and repair them around the world, and we've got real limits right now.
According to the Navy, they provide the combatant commanders with 40% of their requirements. Didn't make much sense. In business, if one division they need to deliver 40% of its work, we base the budget on the requirements needed. Do you think there's a different way we ought to be allocating resources?
Senator, I'm sorry, could you repeat the question again?
The combatant commanders, they're only getting a portion of what they're asking. Is there a better way to allocate the resources?
Well, Senator, I appreciate the question. The challenge is that we have to globally integrate all the combatant commands, and there's never a loss for tension between the COCOMs. What I trust is that the Joint Staff and the Joint Chiefs are looking carefully and thoughtfully considering where that balance is, and then passing those options to the Secretary for him to decide on where that allocation may be. Until we have such capacity that there's no need to do that, I think we're going to continue to balance those capabilities and capacities across all the COCOMs.
So my final question is, what drives you? Why do you want to do this? And let's say you did this for 4 years, what would your goal be at the end of those 4 years that you said, we got this accomplished?
Well, Senator, doing my part to make sure that we have a safe and prosperous United States of America, that the military element of power has delivered the deterrence capability that we needed to, and we've taken care of our families and our force along the way.
All right, thank you. You'll do a great job.
Thank you, Senator.
You are recognized.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank both of you for what you do. Thank you for the men and women you serve with. So, Admiral Paparo, how much of your time do you spend trying to anticipate or counter actions by Communist China?
Senator Scott, that consumes my duties, which is a constant stare, the constant analysis of intelligence sources, of open source sources, and then the physical movement on the ground to be able to see and understand, to anticipate, and to be able to pace their actions that look to coerce Taiwan and to bring to demonstrate the prospect of settling the matter by force, and number two, their encroachment on treaty allies in the Philippines, as well encroachment on partners in the South China Sea with their excessive and illogical claims in their 9-dash line claim.
And their continuing ability to, build ships, airplanes, weapons, all these things, does that cause you to spend more time and money?
Yes, sir, absolutely. They built combatants at the rate of 6 to 1.8 to the United States. Right. And I could go through every force element that we're talking about.
Before they joined the World Trade Organization and before we allowed them to basically sell whatever they wanted to this country, did they have a military that you had to spend a lot of time worrying about?
Just by dint of the weight of the civilization, we worried about it. We've had to worry about this now for since 1949, but it's step level change. In the last 20 years, they've increased their military 10 to 15-fold.
All right. So if they didn't have the economy they have, which is completely created by selling goods and services to the American citizens, they would not have the resources that you would have to spend your time and money to try to counteract.
The society has grown greatly. That was a matter of design for the international community, but unanticipated was the aggression and the buildup that followed.
So your life would be better if no American bought any Chinese product or used any service, and no American dollar went to Communist China.
I'll say that China's inability to pump resources into its national defense enterprise, which is bolstered by its trade position, is a direct corollary to the success of their business model.
So would you recommend American citizens stop buying Chinese products and stop using Chinese services?
I'd recommend that we build greater resilience and that we beat them on market principles. And so I don't want to go beyond my remit as a military officer.
All right. Let's talk about naval readiness and specifically the C-130s. The Marine Corps and Air Force are 100% recapitalized on the C-130s. The Navy needs over 30 C-130s and yet to program for this critical tactical airlift platform. The Navy now, I think, only has one under contract. Does that concern you? Should we be doing something about it?
As discussed with Senator Ernst, sustainment is in fact what won the Second World War. That's what our would-be adversaries believe and have studied. And everything that confers to our ability to execute lift, and C-130 is one of a kind with its short field operations, with its capacity. It remains absolutely relevant and indispensable today. And we can't neglect it. It's a key priority for Indo-PACOM.
Do you think there is a role for dual-use uncrewed airlift capabilities in a contested logistics environment?
I think, the precepts of unmanned is never send a human being to do something that a machine can do. And so inherently, we're moving in that direction. And I'd welcome the ability to execute that lift. And it would also give me the ability to diversify the places that we do, bringing smaller payloads into simultaneously smaller maneuvering units, and would enhance our ability to sustain by the speed it would confer.
General Mahoney testified before the Readiness Subcommittee that only 13 of 32 amphibious ships are ready. How does this state of the amphibious fleet impact your ability to do your job?
The amphibious fleet is indispensable. The whole principle of sustaining and moving a force, ships exist to move people, mass, and energy from one place to the other place efficiently. And our amphibious force is under-resourced and not ready enough.
All right, thank you. Mr. Sermon, I guess I don't know if it was you did this or somebody else, but you shifted from executing industrial-based funding through shipyards to a new not-for-profit Blue Forge Alliance. Can you talk about how much money we've given to Blue Forge Alliance and if we've gotten a return?
Yes, sir, I can. So over the course of, since 2023, we have done approximately 200 supply chain projects, as well as numerous workforce efforts, as well as coordination of our advanced manufacturing college, bringing together colleges and our technical community efforts via a nonprofit company called Blue Forge Alliance. That company has about right around $2 billion that has flowed through it to the industrial base. On the efforts I talked about, primarily on supply chain projects. Right, the company is a nonprofit. The company has a overhead rate and an execution rate that is actually less expensive for executing these projects than we had as we were executing them with the shipbuilders. But just as importantly, the projects that they are executing, it has, and I believe that the shipbuilders would share this perspective, takes pressure off of the shipbuilders supply chain team, who is buying this 5X, really 6X by components increase across the industrial base. We bring the Blue Forge Alliance team into Battery to go and execute the actual investment projects that raise capability and capacity. By no means stuck on like, hey, we got to use Blue Forge Alliance for this either. My plan going forward is to maximize bringing in partners from across the defense industrial base, from other parts of the United States, from other industrial base places of excellence where we've seen these kind of uplifts and learning and having more partnerships to ultimately get us to 1+2, to get us to 1+2 and a third. Thank you.
Remember weeks when you talk about the different ballistic missile submarines, when they're going to be ready, is that actually ready to go to combat? Or is that just delivered and there's still going to be a lot of work to do afterwards?
Yes, so the dates I was quoting earlier were delivery dates out of the shipbuilder. There is another, approximately 18 months of time it takes from when the ship is delivered till it's ready for first patrol. Lead ship is a little bit longer, but we are partnering with the fleet to shrink that to as small of a period of time as we possibly can.
Is that still way later than what they thought?
Yes, sir. It's still, we're still looking at, it basically carries forward into that on patrol date, although we're looking to shrink some of that, as well as as I mentioned earlier, the work we're doing with the shipbuilders to try to accelerate delivery schedules to get the ship delivered as soon as possible. So that's the fastest right now. That's the thing we can do. We're also, again, working with the fleet to optimize that post-delivery to first patrol time frame to make sure we're cutting out all the extra stuff in there and make sure it's really just the things we have to do.
Okay. Remote, so how many shipyards can we build at nuclear aircraft carrier, and how many do we have?
Sir, given the size of the aircraft carrier and the specialized facilities, we only have one shipyard in the United States that's capable of building them, and that's Newport News Shipbuilding under HII.
Okay. And could they be built overseas? Are there shipyards overseas?
Not that immediately could build a carrier. I'd have to check and see if there were one that were big enough potentially. But obviously, with the nuclear power aspects of the carrier, the complex machinery, which is part of what makes Ford capability so special, I would say it would probably be unlikely, in my opinion, that we could do that overseas. But I'm always willing to look at any alternative to improve performance.
And so if they don't perform, then what do? We don't have any options?
Sir, Newport News Shipbuilding is our partner in building aircraft carriers, but we also hold them accountable under the contract. All of the provisions that are in there are designed to incentivize their performance. If they don't do that properly, they don't get those incentives. We do that, and we hold them accountable in many other ways day to day on their performance, right? But at the end of the day, we do have to partner with them. I do believe that we can do both, and both RPEO, Navy organizations such as the Supervisor of Shipbuilding exercise accountability of the builder at all possible levels at the same time as we work with them to produce the ships.
Wouldn't it be beneficial to have competition?
Sir, it's always beneficial to have competition. Prior in my career as a captain, I was the destroyer program manager for the Arleigh Burke class. I very much enjoyed having two shipbuilders that were in competition with each other as we built that class. It has to be a class-by-class basis, and obviously the carrier brings special constraints.
Okay. So, Emma Rucker, we're continuing to be way behind on the Virginia class program. Is it really anything that's happening now? Because didn't they tell us before we were going to be on time, and it still hasn't happened? What's realistic? And the same question I asked Admiral Weeks. When you say you're going to deliver something, it doesn't mean it's ready to go to war, right? And there's significant delays after that.
Yes, sir. Thanks for the question. I'll kind of work my way from the second question here first. When we deliver Virginia class today, they are the highest quality platforms in the Navy, independently assessed by what's called our in-serve team. They have the highest quality score of any ship in the Navy. From the time we've delivered them, we've worked with the fleet based on the fleet's needs to actually deploy multiple submarines. So both New Jersey and Rickover both deployed before their post-shakedown availability, and Iowa's on track to do that this year as well. So my answer is, on that, we do support the fleet and let them use them and adjust our schedules when world events require that. Where we stand today on production, sir, we need to continue to improve. It's both an issue with the supply base and at the shipbuilders. We've got actions ongoing, both with congressional help to support the uplift of the supplier base. We've already seen some bottlenecks removed. We have more to go. And then at the shipbuilders, we need to get after their production capacity as well.
So we're producing a little over one a year, right? And what are we funding? Are we funding more than that?
We have funded two, the Congress has appropriated two and authorized two in the past. The 25 budget has one that's in there. The advantage of that one, which I've talked on the record before about, is right now the production system is what I would say is out of balance across manufacturing, kind of the steel production, outfitting, and final assembly and tests. We need to get that back rebalanced. We actually slowed down portions of the production system that were at a 2 per year rate to make sure the whole system could then be uplifted together.
And so that one boat in 25 allows us to resynchronize and rebalance the production system. And then going forward, the 2 per year rate that we anticipate doing allows us to do a more efficient ramp up to get to the 2 per year that we need to achieve.
So does it make sense to keep funding at a rate way in excess of what we're producing?
Great question, sir. I understand that perspective. Part of the continuing to look going forward as we go into the 26 budget, obviously that's still being looked at, but the advantage of the 2 per year is if you look across the production system, we need all phases of it to get to that 2 per year. And so if we go back down to 1 per year, looking out in the future, the ability to ramp back up to 2 would cause us to have that same challenges of ramp, which we're going through now. We have a clear plan working with Matt Sermon's team in the industrial base, and then with our shipbuilders on a path to get there. So going back down, we would still have to get back up again to support what we need for our force structure of 66 submarines, and then also our AUKUS partners.
It just didn't seem to make much sense when we're funding 2, we're not getting 2. But if we don't keep funding 2, we'll never get to 2. It seems completely out of whack of what we're spending.
Understand, sir, which is why in 25 we put 1 forward to kind of allow the system to catch back up and ensure we get rebalanced.
Okay. All right. Anybody have any questions?
Yeah, I have a couple. Thanks, Mr.
Sure. Thank you, Chairman. Well, first off, congratulations, each of you. You have great opportunities to have a big positive influence on what happens in the United States and around the world, and I'm sure you'll do a great job. Ms. Rogers, as we know, we clearly have governments in the world that have chosen to be our enemies, Russia, China, Iran, and others, North Korea. So do you think that our public diplomacy has reflected the attitude of governments that want to destroy our way of life?
Thank you for that question, Senator. I had an earlier exchange with Ranking Member Shaheen on the Global Engagement Center. And I think one thing that was striking is some of the information that the Global Engagement Center suppressed, according to court records, was information that China would have wanted us to suppress. So at the behest of the Global Engagement Center and other organs of the government, we had American companies pressured to censor American speech broadcast to American audiences on American domestic issues like COVID lockdowns and the 2020 election, and speech was censored regarding whether the COVID virus originated in a lab in Wuhan. So the idea that we need to censor American speech to counter disinformation from China just doesn't stand up to scrutiny, because if we look at how these censorship efforts operated, we were doing China a favor. And so if I'm confirmed, everything my office does, it'll happen in the light of day. If we see foreign propaganda from China or Iran, we'll call it out, and we'll say it, we'll tag it for what it is. And honestly, if we look at the Russian disinformation, the purported Russian disinformation that was identified as a result of the Mueller investigation, this is not formidable content. This was $100,000 worth of Instagram ads that we very clearly could have mocked, derided, or dismissed. And so I think a more transparent approach to countering disinformation would better serve the American interest, and it would pose a greater threat to our adversaries than simply censoring Americans who say things that are inconvenient.
Thank you. Mr. Donano, so tell me what pressure can we put on China to come to the table with regard to nuclear weapons?
Thank you for the question, Senator. As I referenced in the chairman's earlier question, as diplomats, we have fewer options than, say, our partners in the military. Certainly, when it comes to diplomacy, China has an obligation under the NPT to negotiate arms control reduction in good faith per NPT Article 6. I have a hard time sitting before you today. Granted, I'm not in the government, I'm a nominee, in any way, shape, or form, having personally witnessed the stiff arming by the Chinese in saying that how they could be not in violation of Article 6 of the NPT. So that's a diplomatic lever. We need to use it. And again, I referenced it in my testimony, and if confirmed, I'll look into the details of it. But that's on face value pretty obvious to me. And
how would you do that? I mean, what pressure? Where do they get the pressure for that?
Well, sir, the NPT requires it.
And what's the enforcement?
There's no enforcement mechanism per se. Again, as I referenced in my opening statement, some of the issues we have with arms control agreements, there is no enforcement per se. There's no punishment for the Chinese. But if we're going to be part of the NPT, if we're going to be part of the multilateral framework, we need to show up and use it. And that would be my intention. I did it in the prior administration, being a part of treaties that are not enforceable or verifiable, or where other partners cheat. I have a record. We've withdrew from the INF Treaty because the Russians were cheating, and I spoke earlier about the implications of that. We withdrew from the Open Skies Treaty because the Russians were cheating, and we were not. So we should not be part of these agreements that are one-sided. To speak specifically about what we can do, diplomacy and deterrence work hand in hand. And exquisite U.S. military hardware. The military's moved aggressively. I think the last 4 years since I left the government, it's been surprising to me, and I'm encouraged that some actually INF range capabilities are now coming online. The Army PRISM system, the hypersonic system, some conventional prompt strike platforms, and critical partners and allies in the region are critical to deterring China.
Mr. Hooker, you've got a lot of background. You've got a significant background in government. How's this going to impact your ability to do your job? What do you bring to the table? What do you feel you want to get accomplished?
Thank you, Senator, for that question. Well, if confirmed, it would be a great honor to return to public service. As you noted, I spent more than 20 years serving the American people in both the State Department and in the White House, and it would be a great honor to return to that. If confirmed, I look forward to supporting the President, supporting the Secretary as they best see fit. I serve at their pleasure. As I said in my opening statement, my background has been in Asia, but this is a global position, and I'm very eager for that challenge and look forward to, again, serving the President, serving the Secretary, and ensuring that the American people are well served as well.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Scott. And thank you for asking that question to Ms. Hooker.
All right, thank you, Chairman. Well, first off, congratulations to each of you. It's a great opportunity to be an ambassador, and you'll have an opportunity of a lifetime to really have an impact on relationships with each of these countries. So let me start with Mr. Popolo. We have a strong relationship with the Netherlands. It's nice to see the government is committed to the 2% threshold for defense spending. It has taken a long time. If I was just in Finland, Denmark, and Estonia, and they're spending significantly more. If you listen to what NATO's needs are, when you go over there, they are absolutely convinced that Putin will invade as soon as or within a reasonable period of time after the Ukraine war is over. So what are you going to do to get them to step up and be a better NATO partner?
Thank you, Senator Scott. As you noted, they're currently a little above 2%. They're a founding NATO partner, part of the F-35 program, so I feel like we're aligned. However, President Trump has made clear that we have to share the burden more equitably in the EU, and frankly, Russia is primarily a European problem. So I'm going to be pushing on behalf of the President and Secretary Rubio to see what we can do to get them closer to the 5% that, as I think you know, is what he has requested. There is going to need to be forces in Ukraine after. I believe President Trump will be successful in negotiating a peace deal. There has to be a conversation about how that's going to be supported. The threat of China continues to grow, and so the Europeans and the Dutch also, they need to step up.
It seems to me that the world is dividing up between the bad guys, Communist China, Russia, Iran, North Korea, and a few others, and then the democracies. And it seems to me we have to align our economic interests. And so how are you going to help the Netherlands get better at aligning their economic interests with ours, where both countries have the opportunity for their workers to be able to sell products and services in each other's country, and we stop buying from the people that want to demolish our way of life?
Excellent. Thank you, Senator. We are blessed to run a trade surplus with the Netherlands today, although a lot of that does come into Rotterdam and then go out to other countries in Europe. I'm certainly going to be wearing the hat of the U.S. LNG producers to see if we can sell more. Generally speaking, I would love to be a representative for the U.S. business community that would like to come over and expand our relationship. They're currently supporting over 1 million U.S. jobs. And I think generally speaking, they have been really good partners where there have been issues around national security or export controls that we've been able to work together. But clearly, I'm going to be trying to build that relationship. We share an existential threat with China, and there's no reason we shouldn't be tighter together in opposition to what they're doing.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Mr. Walsh, historically we have had a very strong relationship with Ireland, and I hope that continues. However, several members of the Irish government have made inflammatory, one-sided statements blaming Israel for the conflict in the Middle East, while ignoring terrorism by Hamas and Hezbollah. How are you going to be able to push back against this rhetoric and hold them accountable for disparaging a U.S. ally?
Thank you for the question, Senator. It is a really important topic and something I look forward to actually getting a lot more information on in the future. But first, I'd like to say that Ireland did at least condemn the October 7th attack. So that was a good start. And President Trump has made it very clear that Israel is an ally, right? And I'm fully on board with that. And any anti-Semitism throughout the whole world will not be tolerated. And I agree with that also. And I would love to meet with you or anyone else in the committee to actually talk about that further. But it's certainly on my mind and something that I'm looking forward to discussing more and just having open conversation with them to talk it through and so they understand what our role is in that.
Thank you. Ms. Campos, the Dominican Republic has had some issues because of the unrest in Haiti. What are your plans to be able to address the refugee crisis that the Dominican Republic is dealing with and trying to make sure the Dominican Republic is part of the solution with regard to Haiti?
Thank you for that question, Senator. As I mentioned earlier to Senator Kane, who asked a similar question, I'm not able right now to get ahead of what the administration wants to do in terms of Haiti, but I do commit to working very closely with our embassy in Port-au-Prince, with the administration, with you and your staffs here at this committee, to try to find solutions to stabilize Haiti, because you're right, the attendant effects of the instability on Dominican Republic and on, in particular, your state of Florida, sir, are serious. So I will be working hard with my colleagues, as I said, in Port-au-Prince, to come up with some solutions there.
All right. Well, thank each of you, Mr. Kushner. Good luck with France. I don't see them as the perfect ally. They don't seem to always cooperate with us to make sure countries like Iran are held accountable. But I know you'll work your butt off trying to make sure they do the right thing. But congratulations to each of you.
Thank you very much, Senator Scott.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, first off, both of you, congratulations on your nominations, and I wish you the best of luck. You both have great backgrounds, and I know you'll both do a great job. So, Mr. Tata, you've got great background, and thank you for your military service. My dad was in the 82nd Airborne. He was one of 3,000 Americans that did all 4 combat jumps. So he told me I should join the Navy instead. So he said there's no Germans, no foxholes, and the food was better. So you've got a great background with the school districts and then in private. Have you ever had to let somebody go because they didn't perform?
I have had to let somebody go because of lack of performance, Senator.
So when I asked the Army, the Air Force, and the Navy in a recent subcommittee on personnel hearing who, to their knowledge, was held accountable for failing to do their job and recruit over the past 4 years, what did they tell me? They couldn't tell me.
Senator, can you ask that question again?
I asked. We had a subcommittee and hearing, and I asked the Air Force, the Army, and the Navy who's responsible for them not meeting the recruitment numbers. They told me they couldn't tell me who was responsible.
Well, Senator, the chiefs of those services are responsible for infusing the warrior ethos all the way down and having the recruiting systems in place. The Marine Corps does it in an exceptional way because they actually have a recruiting MOS and a recruiting system that where they uphold the recruits. I can remember as superintendent, I had Marine recruits all over my high schools.
So do you think that the individuals that were responsible should have been promoted?
Senator, I think there are a lot of things that go into promotion of, or declination of promotion for an individual. Not having been there, I can't comment, not knowing the individuals, but certainly it's a factor that should be considered.
So if you gave somebody a very specific job, and this job was to do recruitment, and they didn't do it, if somebody worked for you at the school district at a company, and they had that specific job, that was their job, how many of those people did you promote?
Senator, I hired every principal of my 170 schools. I interviewed them all when I was superintendent, and I did not hire them if they had not been successful in their previous elementary school or middle school if I was hiring for a high school.
So do you plan on making sure that if we don't meet the goals of our armed services, that people are going to be held accountable, whether they're a flag officer or whatever their title is? If they don't meet the goal, they shouldn't be there. Do you believe that?
I do believe that, Senator.
In the same subcommittee hearing, the Chief of Navy personnel testified the Navy is short 20,000 sailors at sea. So this is a pretty big problem because we are not manning our ships at 100%. Ship submarines and aircraft squadrons are at the forefront of our Navy readiness, and they should be manned at 100%. So can you give me an idea how we're going to get to 100% readiness and get these ships manned and submarines manned?
Senator, the manning of the submarine fleet, the ship fleet, how we're going to do that, short 20,000 sailors, that's a tall order. And I understand that there was a throughput issue getting them to basic training. And if confirmed, I look forward to working with the service to try to help them understand how to, A, recruit better, and B, expand the aperture so they can scale to meet the demand, particularly if we're going to build more ships.
Was your experience in the private sector when you held people accountable, everybody did better?
No, just the opposite. In the private sector, it's rather ruthless, and you either perform or you don't.
So did when did it get better? Because you held people accountable?
Roger that.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you very much. Senator Scott.
Thank you, Chairman. Congratulations on each of you on your nominations, and I know you're going to do a great job. Mr. Tell, do you have any friends in Florida?
Senator, I do. My wife behind me is from Pinellas County, and her family, of course, is still there in St. Petersburg.
Well, I wish you the best of luck because the Corps' reputation, not the people. The people of the Corps are wonderful people, but the Corps' reputation in Florida, as we've talked about, is horrible. I mean, you can't get an answer. They don't, I mean, it's just like a black hole of information. No one will tell you the time process, where a permit is, why you're going to get turned down, why you're going to get, can you fix it? You want to keep your friends in Florida, right?
Senator Scott, certainly. You raised a very important issue, and your state is one that is surrounded on at least 3 sides by water. Water is critically important to the state of Florida, both inland and on the coasts. It's unacceptable that we can't give you answers. Your state has more capacity, or as much capacity as any state in terms of dealing with these issues, and has taken on a leadership role. And we ought to be working in a competitive, in a complementary way with the state of Florida. And I hope that you and I can visit the Jacksonville district office together.
So you think at the end of this, you're going to have friends in Florida? Your family's going to talk to you?
Well, Senator, I hope so. I'm going to do the best job I can for the nation. And if that's true, it'll be the best job I can do for Florida.
Do you have any friends on the beach in Florida?
Senator, I do often visit the beaches when I'm visiting my in-laws, and I know we have some major issues related to beach nourishment, and it's most acute in Pinellas County. There's been a large challenge.
It's actually all the way down to where I live in Naples. You know what they changed how they looked at it. They said, think about this, on private land, and so you have private land, and then the public land. The beach is public land, right? The way it works in Florida. So at meeting high tide, okay, you own the land of there. After that, the Corps, or the state owns it. The Corps has said that they give you a form that says, we're going to give you a temporary easement forever. It actually says that. It says it's called temporary easement. Then it's a forever easement to go on private land. Does that make any sense to you?
Senator, certainly the protection of the citizens of Pinellas County, the property and lives of Pinellas County is of critical importance. There's a challenge, as you've pointed out, related to land ownership and access. here. It seems to me that we ought to be able to find a creative solution that solves the interests of landowners as well as the interests of the public in Pinellas County and, as you state, all the way down to Naples.
So you think you can solve this? So actually we get the beach renourishment done?
Senator Scott, I look forward to working with you on that. When I'm given more details about the challenges, I know they're extensive, and I know that they've been wrangled over the years, but I look forward to working with you. I think with a can-do attitude, we can make progress here and provide this critical flood protection to Pinellas County and other parts of Florida.
You brought up Pinellas, especially Pinellas. It's had an unbelievable impact on the value of homes, not being able to get the beach renourishment done. Because, we had 3 bad storm surges in the last 2.5 years. So it's had a pretty big impact over there.
Senator, I agree totally. My family was affected by those storms there, and I look forward to working with you on it.
So I'm a business guy, and in business, what you get frustrated with is government. The permitting process, the stupid licenses you have to have, and then the regulatory environment. And so then you say, golly, I already got this permit. I did the exact same thing. The state government does the exact same thing the federal government does. So why can't we delegate, if you have a good state, why can't you delegate some of the course responsibility to the state and allow them to do the permitting as long as they do a good job?
Senator Scott, I agree with you. We're going to be able to deliver services to the public better if we do it closer to the public and to the people who understand the environment. You've done a very good job as governor to unlock Florida's capacity and allow the state to take on much of the burden that the federal government was taking on. That's good for the state of Florida. That's good for the public. That's good for the American taxpayer because it's relieving the federal government of these duties. And I look forward to working with you where appropriate to make sure that we're delegating as much authority as we possibly can to the states, especially those with a lot of capacity like Florida has.
I just hope at the end of your time, your relatives continue to talk to you. Thank you.
Senator, thank you.
Senator Scott, I share that hope. And these bureaucrats who award a temporary easement forever perhaps should stop by the English department at their local community college.
Senator from Florida is recognized.
Mr. President, the nominees that I will discuss today were approved by the Armed Services Committee with bipartisan support. Republican and Democrats agreed that they are qualified and ready to serve. President Trump was elected in a landslide, and the American people expect and deserve our support in getting his agenda accomplished. President Trump and his administration are working incredibly hard to bring back the United States policy of peace through strength, and to ensure our military is a respected and lethal fighting force. This is not an easy task after President Biden's weakness allowed our enemies free rein while our military leadership was distracted with being woke. President Trump needs his full team in place to deliver on his agenda to restore our nation's military to focus on the warfighter. To that end, I ask that we move to consider the following nominees. First, I'll ask that we consider Dale Marks to be an Assistant Secretary of Defense. Mr. Marks is a former fighter pilot and combat wounded veteran. After his distinguished military career, he continued service in a civilian capacity, where he rose to the ranks of the Senior Executive Service. He is currently serving as the Executive Director of the 96th Test Wing Air Force Material Command at Eglin Air Force Base in Florida. The position he is nominated for is essential to ensure that our military installations remain strong, our energy policies support mission success, and our environmental strategies enhance, not hinder, operational readiness and support peace through strength. I urge the Democrats to drop their misplaced stall tactics and allow for his immediate confirmation. I ask unanimous consent that the Senate proceed to executive session to consider the following nomination. Executive calendar number 109, Dale Marks to be an Assistant Secretary of Defense. The Senate vote on the nomination without intervening action or debate. The motion to consider be considered made and laid upon the table, that the President be immediately notified of the Senate's action and the Senate resume legislative session.
Is there objection?
Mr. President.
The senator from Connecticut is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Reserving the right to object, I appreciate my colleague from Florida asking for a competent team of professionals at the Department of Defense. We all want the Department of Defense to be managed efficiently and effectively. It's vital to our national security. What we have right now is chaos, literally confusion, turmoil, turbulence, in part because we have a Department of Defense that is unaccountable. Last Congress, I led a bicameral letter to then Secretary Austin demanding answers after a GAO report found significant failures in barracks facilities across the country. Billions of dollars have been poured into installations for housing and infrastructure improvements. But again, those investments are being undercut by the mass layoffs we see right now at the Department of Defense. We expect Mr. Marks to manage the entirety of the installations and environmental programs at DOD, but the administration, in effect, is undercutting him at every turn. This Secretary of Defense has created that chaos. He's shredded the department's report on climate change, despite it outlining the serious implications it will have on the military in the coming decade. I wonder whether the Secretary has actually visited Guam or Alaska and seen the effects of climate change in either place. I wonder whether he understands the equipment, the electronics, the ammunition that are required and that themselves require special storage and resilient infrastructure if we expect them to perform in combat effectively. As climate change creates more challenging environments for our warfighters, the DoD should be leading the charge in research and adaptability. I feel especially strongly that the DoD, in firing its scientists and throwing research in the trash, is betraying the values and principles that the Secretary ought to be fighting to uphold. Mr. Marks will be responsible for all of it, yet the Secretary hasn't the slightest idea of what he is doing in these areas. We questioned him for more than 4 hours during his hearing at the Armed Services Committee, that is the Secretary, and we all knew that he was the least qualified Secretary of Defense in our history. And 4 months later, sadly, unfortunately, we can say confidently, we were right. What he is doing in slashing personnel, the experts, the scientists, is the reason that I stand here and say that we cannot accept Mr. Marks shortcutting the proper process that provides for debate on all these issues, and therefore I object.
The objection is heard.
Mr. President.
Senator from Florida.
I'm not sure I understand my colleague's objection. These are well-qualified nominees. They enjoy bipartisan support. There are several more nominees waiting. But it's obvious. My colleagues across the aisle will do everything they can to undermine President Trump's agenda and delay these nominees. Next, I would like to consider Keith Bass to be an Assistant Secretary of Defense. Mr. Bass, a retired U.S. Navy commander, is also a member of the American College of Healthcare Executives, the National Rehabilitation Association, the American Counseling Association, the National Association of Alcoholism and Drug Abuse Counselors. Prior to nomination, Mr. Bass served as Medical Center Director for the West Texas VA Healthcare System. The role Mr. Bass has been nominated to oversees a military health system, has 9.6 million beneficiaries entitled to care. The military health system is currently undergoing many reforms to improve efficiency, increase readiness, and deliver better care. I urge my colleagues to allow for his immediate confirmation. I ask unanimous consent that the Senate proceed to executive session to consider the following nomination. Executive Calendar 70, Keith Bass to be an Assistant Secretary of Defense, that the Senate vote on the nomination without intervening action or debate. The motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table, that the President be immediately notified of the Senate's action and the Senate resume legislative session.
Is there objection?
Mr. President,
Senator from Connecticut.
reserving the right to object, I once again agree with my colleague from Florida. We have worked together in a bipartisan way for years now, and I appreciate his leadership on the Sea Power Subcommittee, where we share a number of interests. I fear that the chaos at the Department of Defense, due to the slashing of positions, the confusion caused by ideological interventions that are harmful, reckless, and unnecessary, that those kinds of downsides and defects in leadership will hurt the military families, and in particular their access to health care. TRICARE provides for the well-being of our service members, their families, and loved ones. Mr. Bass has a long service record, but this administration is undercutting his potential work, and we deserve to debate it on the floor of the Senate without unanimous consent, without shortcutting public accountability. The administration now in charge of the Department of Defense should be held accountable for exactly the health care interests that Mr. Bass will have responsibility for advancing, and therefore I object.
The objection is heard.
Mr. President.
Senator from Florida.
The President deserves his national security nominees today, so let's see if we'll consider this one. Brandon Williams to be Undersecretary for Nuclear Security, Military Health System. Mr. Williams is a former nuclear submarine officer. During his service, he made 6 strategic deterrence patrols. As a strategic military officer, was a nuclear weapons safety officer, nuclear weapons security officer, and nuclear weapons radiological control officer. Pretty competent. This role is responsible for the maintenance of a safe, secure, and reliable nuclear stockpile. Confirmation is critical to President Trump's peace through strength and strategic deterrence agenda. Hopefully my colleague will see the wisdom in allowing this confirmation, this individual who's clearly qualified, to be confirmed today. I ask unanimous consent that the Senate proceed to executive session to consider the following nomination. Executive calendar number 107, Brandon Williams to be Undersecretary for Nuclear Security, that the Senate be to vote on the nomination without intervening action or debate. The motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table, that the President be immediately notified of the Senate's action, and the Senate resume legislative session.
Is there objection?
Mr. President.
The senator from Connecticut is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. On this one, I think the stakes are particularly high. At the Department of Energy, the Musk cuts led to hundreds of employees being fired. They were responsible for overseeing our nuclear weapons stockpile. That set of moves caused a massive counterintelligence disaster and a logistical train wreck. After realizing these employees were indispensable, the agency begged for them to come back. Billions of dollars have been poured into this program, and what we have seen now is the whirlwind, the confusion and chaos caused by this mismanagement. We need full accountability. We need more facts, which we have been denied. Our Armed Services Committee, along with other committees, should be looking into what the consequences were of those DOGE slashing and trashing steps that put our nation in jeopardy. We're not going to have it if we proceed to this nomination with unanimous consent, shortcutting public debate, and therefore I object.
The objection is heard.
Mr. President.
The senator from Florida is recognized.
One final chance. I hope my colleagues can agree to be that we have at least one critical nominee today approved. So let's consider Bradley Hansel to be Undersecretary of Defense for Intelligence and Security. Mr. Hansel is a former Green Beret, Senior Director on the National Security Council staff, and has previously received bipartisan support. He will be responsible to exercise the Secretary of Defense authority, direction, and control over DIA, NGA, NSA, NRO, and the Defense Counterintelligence and Security Agency. His confirmation is critical to the President's Peace Through Strength agenda. I once again urge my colleague to allow for the nominee's immediate confirmation. I ask unanimous consent that the Senate proceed to executive session to consider the following nomination. Executive Calendar Number 108, Bradley Hansel to be Under Secretary of Defense for Intelligence and Security. That the Senate vote on the nomination without intervening action or debate. The motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table. That the President be immediately notified of the Senate's action and the Senate resume legislative session.
Is there objection?
Mr. President.
The senator from Connecticut is recognized.
I wish I could agree to unanimous consent on this nominee. And as my colleague from Florida obviously understands, the issues here are bigger than any one of these nominees. The issues are more consequential than the careers or advancement of any single member of the Department of Defense team. This secretary seems more concerned with his own public image than the safety of our service members, because he has violated basic security protocols. We're talking here about an official who will be responsible for securing our national intelligence. When this secretary, in effect, has jeopardized them through actions that are currently under investigation. How is the person responsible for the Office of Intelligence and Security at the Department of Defense supposed to do their job when they face the most serious counterintelligence threat in recent memory from within the Department of Defense? Elon Musk's firing put thousands of highly qualified people out of a job. Many of them possess security clearances and knowledge of the department's most sensitive program. Their service is vital to our national security. Thousands were fired without cause. Our adversaries couldn't be happier, and they may be profiting from those mistakes right now. These cuts come at a time when we are prioritizing, here in the United States Senate, funding to expand our nuclear triad and to counter China's growing nuclear capabilities. And these workforce reductions undermine our goals across the board in the Department of Defense. We need to provide personnel for program oversight, supply chain management, cybersecurity, other critical functions. And so I think we need accountability. We need the facts. They haven't been forthcoming. I object.
The objection is heard.
Mr. President.
Senator from...
So at some point, this has got to change. We have presidential elections every 4 years. Our president got elected. President Trump got elected whether people like it or not. He deserves the opportunity to put his team together and act as the president and put his agenda in place. This idea that both parties sit here and delay nominees, the ability to put teams together, doesn't make any sense for the future of this country. This is not a time there's no risk in the world. And so at some point, we're going to all have to come together and start accelerating this. We have so many nominees, whether it's a Republican or Democrat president, we have got to allow these nominees to get through and get confirmed in a much more expedited manner. Otherwise, none of our presidents are ever going to get in the position that they can never put a team together during their 4-year term. Thank you, Mr. President.
I hear from the other side is essentially give the president whatever he wants in the name of his having the prerogative, and he should name his own team. But we have a responsibility. It's a constitutional obligation. Advise and consent is more than just saying, give him his own team. If we'd been responsible in this body, if my Republican colleagues had stood up and spoken out as they should have done, we would have a different Secretary of Defense right now. It would have been unnecessary for the Vice President to come here and break a tie. We would have a more competent Secretary of Defense. That's the mindset that got us where we are today, and that is the reason that I have lodged these objections. Thank you, Mr. President.
Mr. President, let's remember what we just did today. This is not the confirmation of the Secretary of Defense. This is confirmation of very competent people. No one can question the competence of these 4 people. No one does. All right, these are competent people that have served our country, that will do a great job. So what we're doing is we're saying because some people don't like our Secretary of Defense, that we're not going to allow the President to put a team together of very competent people. So what we're doing is now we just have acting people that none of us get to vote on. None of us get to question until they come to committee. None of this makes any sense. It's not helping us put together a team and holding people accountable. So thank you, Mr. President.
I will yield to you, my friend.
Thank you, Senator Rosen. Well, first off, congratulations on your nominations. Thanks for your willingness to serve. Let me start with Ambassador de Sombry. So as we know, Communist China they've decided to be our enemy. Their government is despicable. They're sending fentanyl across our border, killing over 70,000 people a year. They've never complied with the trade agreement. The WTO, they steal our technology. Many of the things they send here are unsafe. If they violate any agreement, there's no way to get recourse in China against them. So what can you do in this new role to hold Communist China accountable? I think if there's anybody that can get a deal that makes sense with them, it's probably President Trump, but I just don't believe, they didn't even comply with the Trump trade deal in his first term. So what do you think you can do to hold them accountable?
Senator, thank you very much for that question. I think you've given a very good list of many of the challenges that we have with China. You're definitely correct in the fact that they've been calling us their adversary and enemy for a long period of time, and it's taken us a while to come to appreciate that, and we need to deal with that. As I indicated in my opening remarks, working with our allies and partners to enhance deterrence and counter the blind activities by our adversaries, including China, is one of our top priorities. I further agree with you completely that if we're going to reach agreements with China, we need to make sure that they actually follow them, and the way to do that is for them to actually show us what they're doing, not commit to what they're going to do. And that's a challenge that we need to face, and I'll be eager to work, if confirmed, on trying to solve that issue, and I believe definitely putting pressure via our allies and partners of the region is one of the important elements.
So it's my understanding you've done quite a bit of business in Hong Kong. I have a friend, Jimmy Lai, who is a journalist who was wrongfully detained by the Hong Kong authorities, which clearly is doing Xi's bidding. They've stripped Jimmy of his wealth. I think he's been in solitary confinement for over 4 years. Given your knowledge and experience with Hong Kong and the region and Communist China, first of all, you're familiar with this situation, and what have you been able to do and what can you do to help Jimmy?
Senator, thank you very much for raising that very important issue. I am very familiar with that. I'm very familiar with the fact that China has engaged in repeated violations of the Sino-British Joint Declaration that required them to maintain the high degree of autonomy, rule of law, and democratic freedoms in Hong Kong, which have not been so maintained. I'm aware of what has happened to Jimmy Lai and understand that President Trump has called for Jimmy Lai to be freed and should be freed.
Is there anything else we can do?
I think, thank you, Senator, for that question. There probably are other things that we can do, and I definitely, if confirmed, we'll look into that. I think the situation in Hong Kong, from a personal note, is deeply troubling to me. I lived in Hong Kong from 1997, before the handover, until 2020, when I moved down to assume the position as ambassador to Thailand. And there's a reason why I didn't move back to Hong Kong after that. And it's really personally deeply troubling to see what's happened to Hong Kong. It's not the place that it was before.
Mr. Pratt, I just got back from a trip to Europe, and I met with military and elected officials in Denmark, Finland, and Estonia. And to a person, they complained about our foreign military sales and the fact that, they just can't get an answer. They've watched what Putin is doing. They're afraid that they're going to be invaded. So they want to build up their military. So one, they can't get a decision out of our government to allow them to buy the equipment they want to buy, and then number two, our manufacturers don't produce it on time. So in this role, what can you do to change that?
Thank you for that question, Senator.
Certainly, I'm familiar with those complaints, and certainly building up our partners in Scandinavia is critically important to countering the Russian influence. And I commit to, if confirmed, taking a thorough review of those issues and seeing how we can get those resolved.
You think, will you put time into understanding, like, there ought to, I mean, it's pretty simple. There ought to be a streamlined way of getting this done. Say yes or no. When I'm a business guy, and what frustrates me about government is just tell me no. If you're not going to sell it, if you're not let me do it, I'll go someplace else. But what we're doing is we don't tell them anything. We keep them in the dark. And then even when they get approval, they have no idea whether our manufacturers are going to show up and give and provide it on any reasonable period of time. So are you going to work with both trying to streamline the process and get our manufacturers to actually do their job?
Yes, sir. And again, I'm familiar with those complaints and very much committed to addressing them. And as you point out, part of that is working with industry to figure out what the problem areas are. Part of that's working with the Department of Defense to figure out how they can be more engaged. And certainly, I commit to working with both those partners to resolve this problem.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Scott. Senator, you're up.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ambassador, the gentleman from Florida.
Madam President, I stand today to condemn the anti-Semitic and hate-fueled murders of Yaron Lachinsky and Sarah Milgram that occurred last night at the hands of a Hamas sympathizer. This was a sickening, violent, and anti-Semitic attack in our nation's capital. These two young professionals were targeted and murdered because they represented Israel and the Jewish people, with their murderer chanting, "Free Palestine," after killing them in cold blood. These were innocent, out for a night together at the Capitol Jewish Museum here in D.C., just like members of our own staff do each and every week. This anti-Semitism and hate for Israel and the Jewish people is disgusting, unacceptable, and must be condemned on every level. It's despicable and it's dangerous. We've seen a rise in anti-Semitism and anti-Israel hate since the October 7, 2023 attacks. We've seen Hamas sympathizers take over college campuses and instill fear into Jewish students. We've seen violent protests on our streets and now in our nation's capital. Jewish Americans are afraid to walk outside or live their daily lives. For nearly 600 days now, Israel has defended itself against Iran-backed Hamas terrorists who want to destroy Israel and destroy the Jewish people. These terrorists murder babies and women in cold blood, take and murder innocent people, and brag about their acts with no remorse. They took innocent people, including Americans, hostage and tortured them. They still hold the bodies of American hostages to deprive their families of closure. Israel is the United States' greatest democratic ally in the Middle East. We cannot abandon our ally. Thankfully, we have a president who is an ally of Israel and is working to fight anti-Semitism in the United States. President Trump is pushing back on colleges and universities that allow hateful anti-Semitic actions on campus that threaten the safety of Jewish students. He has appointed the most pro-Israel cabinet ever assembled. He is committed to defending Israel, combating terrorism, and protecting Jewish Americans. Today, I rise to condemn last night's heinous and anti-Semitic attack on these innocent people. I condemn this hateful rhetoric against Israel and against the Jewish people, who deserve the right to live freely and without fear in the United States and around the world. The United States must always stand with Israel and the Jewish people, and today we join together to remember the innocent lives taken in an act of hate and pay tribute to their lives and the contributions of the Jewish people to our nation. The fight against anti-Semitism is a bipartisan one. I am grateful for my colleague Jackie Rosen for working with me to draft a resolution that draws attention to anti-Semitism in America and declaring May Jewish American Heritage Month. I yield to my colleague from Nevada, Senator Rosen.
Oops, there we go. I need the microphone. Madam. Well, I want to begin by thanking my colleague from Florida for his bipartisanship and his partnership in moving to pass this bipartisan resolution to recognize American Jewish Heritage Month by unanimous consent. I also want to take a moment to speak about the horrific murders that took place last night. Like so many other Jews in America and around the world, I woke up this morning heartbroken by the news of yet another unspeakable act of anti-Semitic violence that occurred late last night. This time in our nation's capital, less than 1 mile from where I'm standing this very moment. The shooting occurred outside of the Jewish Capitol Museum, where the American Jewish Committee was holding a large event, and the shooter went there specifically to target and kill Jews and people who he perceived to be Jewish. This anti-Semitism, plain and simple. There's no justification in the world for carrying out or condoning this violent and vile hate crime. It's pure anti-Semitic violence. My heart is shattered for the 2 Israeli embassy workers who were killed, Yaron and Sarah, taken from us far, far too soon. Both committed to public service, social action, peace, the betterment of the world. They were a young couple in love. I've read reports that Yaron was planning to propose to Sarah next week in Israel. They were cruelly taken from us far too soon at the beginning of their lives. May their memory be for a blessing, and may their killer be brought to swift justice. It's a tragedy that these innocent lives cut short by hate, and it continues to be a tragedy that these incidents continue to occur in the United States and all over the world. Over the last few years alone, we've seen anti-Semitic hate, extremist violence. They've done nothing but increase across this country. All over America, Jewish people, we've been threatened, beaten, verbally accosted, we've been killed just because of our faith, just because of who they are, because of who we are. We've seen horrendous anti-Semitic incidents and attacks on Jewish communities, at schools and on college campuses, on Jewish-owned places of business, and on synagogues and places of worship. And incidents of anti-Semitism in the U.S. and globally have risen dramatically since Hamas's brutal terrorist attack on October 7th. All of it is wrong. It has no place in our country, no place in our society, no place in the world. Those who commit these egregious acts, they want to send a message. They want to terrorize Jews, they want to scare Jews, they want to intimidate us, and it's vital that we all stand up together and send a clear and forceful message. And the message is this: we will not be afraid. We will not be afraid. We cannot be silent. There's desperate need to confront dangerous and growing anti-Semitism in our country, around the world, to show that bigoted efforts to intimidate us will not work. We cannot be afraid. We cannot be silent. And that's why I'm here on the Senate floor today. By passing this resolution and recognizing Jewish American Heritage Month, we are not just celebrating the numerous accomplishments and contributions that Jews have made to our country. We are sending the message back, a message that Jewish people have a place in America, that this is our home as well, that our lives, well, that they have value and they have meaning, just like anyone else, and that our country stands with it. So I urge my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to allow this resolution to pass, and I want to thank Senator Scott of Florida for his partnership in the effort to counter anti-Semitism and hate everywhere. So, Madam President, I ask unanimous consent the Senate proceed to the consideration of S-Res 246 submitted earlier today.
The clerk will report.
Senate Resolution 246, recognizing the significance of Jewish American Heritage Month and calling on elected officials and civil society leaders to counter anti-Semitism.
Without objection, the Senate will proceed to the measure.
I ask unanimous consent that the resolution be agreed to, the preamble be agreed to, and that the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table with no intervening action or debate.
Without objection.
Thank you, Madam President. Again, thank you to all my colleagues for passing this important resolution unanimously today. I yield the floor.
Secretary Rubio, first off, I'm proud to have voted for you. I wish you were in the Senate, but I'm proud that you're Secretary of State, and I can tell you, Floridians are very proud of you. As you know, Miami-Dade, finally, for the first time in history, is now more Republican than Democrat. I'm sure they looked at you and saw all the success you've had, so one of the reasons it happened. Can you talk about what you're trying to accomplish with your reorganization and how that's going to improve national security?
Well, ultimately, the goal of reorganization is to make the State Department, put State Department at the center of our foreign policy, which people will look at and say, well, how, isn't that what it's always been? But it actually had lost that role. And one of the reasons why it had lost its role is inability to deliver quickly. In essence, the inability to deliver quickly on whatever policymakers determined they wanted them to do, and there were structural reasons for that and the like. The other thing is that we are now in an era that requires, I think every era has required this, but now more than ever, a foreign policy that's cohesive, where all the elements of national power, including soft power, which has been talked about here today with foreign aid, but also the hard work of diplomacy, of understanding that sometimes when you're dealing with another nation state, they're not going to behave the way you would want your country to behave, but it's in our national interest to have a relationship with them and be able to influence discrete decisions that they make on one topic or another. And all of this has to be coordinated, and that wasn't happening. We had functional bureaus that were basically in charge of some human rights issue, and then we had an embassy. And oftentimes when you would travel abroad, you would find that our embassy and or our regional bureau and our functional bureau were at odds with one another, because the functional bureau was pushing one agenda, the embassy was pushing another, and this was also true with USAID. By the way, this idea that USAID got along well with the State Department is false. And embassy after embassy, during my time in oversight, you would hear complaints about how USAID was funding programs that State Department had no insight into and in many ways contradicted what the State Department was driving at the embassy level. So what we're asking for now through this reorganization is to bring it all under one roof so that we can conduct foreign policy at the regional and local level in a way that's cohesive and concise and can deliver results. But it's also where you're going to get the best ideas from. I read cables from our missions around the world every single day. Some of the most important information that I get as Secretary of State is not from intelligence reports, it's not from news articles, it's not from briefings from somebody. It is from a cable that comes directly from that embassy that is identifying a problem and or an opportunity that I may not hear about for months if it ever makes its way through the system. So we want to empower that, because that's our front lines. These are the people that are on the ground every single day dealing with the government, dealing with society, and they're identifying opportunities and problems months, if not years, in advance of what Maine State or others are identifying. So the goal of reorganization is to shorten that time frame, because we can't afford to move slow. The world moves very, very quickly. This decision we made on Syria, had we run that through a traditional process, would have taken months and months and months of interagency this and people talking that and all the different boxes that have to be checked in some memo that gets to me. Our ability to move quickly on a discrete, on a unique opportunity in a time-effective manner, I think is going to bear dividends for the national security of our country if it works out. And we want to be able to see more of that. And that's really the goal of reorganization. People think this is a cost-cutting exercise. There may be savings. There need to be savings. We just had our credit rating downgraded. You talk about a foreign policy problem? That's the first thing our foreign interlocutors wanted to mention to me on Sunday in Rome, is that our credit rating was just downgraded. We have a debt problem, but that's obviously not a State Department issue, but that's our problem. But that's a problem. But this is not just about cost savings. This is about providing a more efficient, faster moving, more effective State Department and as a tool of diplomacy. The State Department should be at the center of American foreign policy making. And that's our goal, to create one, to reorganize one that can deliver on that.
I want to thank you and President Trump for your focus on Latin America. Can you tell me, what do you think the proper role of the Organization of American States is? What should they be doing?
Well, you would think that they would be able to be a forum to deal with challenges in the region. None more pressing right now than what's happening in Haiti. I mean, Haiti's basically been taken over by a coalition of gangs who they're not interested in governing the country. They're not interested in running the country. They just think if there's no government, we're in charge of this territory, and from here we can do all the drug running and organ smuggling and human smuggling, all the stuff we want. And that's what they're trying to do, and that's what they're doing. That's a very unique challenge. Our traditional peacekeeping missions are designed to keep ideological groups from fighting each other, or tribal groups from fighting each other, or in many cases nation states from fighting each other. But that traditional approach is not going to solve this very unique challenge. It is a country basically taken over by 25 to 30,000 individuals who are members of criminal gangs who simply want to control territory so they can hijack trucks, steal and or charge exorbitant fees for fuel to move across the country, kidnap people and traffic in humans, traffic in drugs across the border into the Dominican Republic and through sea-bound lanes. And there's things that we need to do. For example, we need to figure, and we've been working with the Department of Homeland Security, the FBI, the ATF, and others, on how can we cut the flow of guns that are leaving the Miami River on containers and reaching not just Haiti, but Jamaica and Trinidad and other places. So there's more we can do on that front. But from the OAS's perspective, if ever there was a regional crisis that you would think an organization like this could step forward and provide a force or a group of countries that working together could help solve, it would be the OAS. And we're prepared to play a leading role in that. But we do need buy-in from other partners in the region who are as affected, if not more so, by what's happening there. So that's one example of what the OAS should help on. And obviously the other is on the defense of democracy, which is the OAS is a collection of democratic institutions. In places like Nicaragua, there is no. In Venezuela, in Cuba, there is no democracy.
Can you talk about how you're working to reform the Foreign Service Officer recruitment?
In terms of reforms? Well, two things we're doing. On the promotion board, we're not getting rid of the promotion board. I read some the other day. We have simply suspended it for a month while we reevaluate how we promote people. We want to promote people on the basis of how good they are. I know this is a shocking view, but we want to promote people on the basis of how good they are. And frankly, on occasion, you will find that a more junior officer, meaning they've only been there 10 years instead of 20, is really good and deserves a promotion. And if you don't promote them, they're going to leave the Foreign Service. The same is true for how we recruit people. We want to widen the base of people. And in fact, one of the things we've thought about is, are there people in the middle of a career doing something else in the private sector that are interested in entering diplomacy? There was a program to do that back in the 1980s, and it was very successful. Maybe these are people that will give us 15 or 20 years in that regard. So we are looking to expand our talent pool, but ultimately, we are also seeking to have a system internally where we are rewarding merit and performance, and not simply seniority or where you are in the pecking order based on how long you've been there. And that doesn't mean that if you've been there a long time, you're not good. But it means there are some people that haven't been there as long that are just as good or not better. And we want to make sure they're promoted, because if not, we're going to lose them. We're going to lose them to the private sector.
Thank you. You're doing a great job. Thank you, Chairman. First, thanks, Secretary Noem, for being here today. I want to take this opportunity to thank you and President Trump for returning the Department of Homeland Security to its core mission of securing the homeland and making communities safe again. We had an increase in threats under Biden and a complete open border. You have prioritized our border. Daily border encounters have plunged 95% since President Trump took office. Is that correct?
That is correct.
You're finishing the border wall. In 100 days, DHS already has 85 miles of new construction, either planned or under construction.
That is correct.
That sound right?
Yes.
The Trump administration has reunited nearly 5,000 unaccompanied children with a safe relative or guardian after the Biden administration completely lost track of over 300,000 of these vulnerable minors. That sound right?
That is correct.
The United States Customs and Border Protection and the U.S. Coast Guard have seized nearly 232,000 pounds of fentanyl and other illicit drugs, stopping them from ever reaching American communities or Florida shores. Sound right?
That is correct.
And you are bringing accountability to the agency. It's incredible what we can do with a willing partner like you and President Trump, who actually want a secure border and enforce our laws. Secretary Mayorkas testified repeatedly before this committee and lied to my face, saying that our border was secure. Clearly, it was not. Worse, the Biden administration dismantled every process and system we had in place to secure the border and allowed millions of illegal aliens, including hundreds of known terrorists, to come into our country unchecked and unvetted, wreaking havoc and bringing drugs. They were welcomed into our country by Mayorkas and the Biden administration. Secretary Noem, you've been working for months to fix the mess your predecessor left behind. Is the border secure?
Yes, it is.
Besides additional resources, which you clearly need, what legislative fixes do you need from Congress to maintain a secure border?
Well, Senator, thank you for the question. This border is the most secure border that we've ever had in the history of the United States of America. But what we need to do is address the areas that are still vulnerable. And those areas require technology, wall infrastructure, more individuals at times. We need surveillance equipment, camera equipment to be fixed. Only 1 out of 3 CBP cameras are really functional right now. So the reconciliation package is incredibly important for us to have the resources we need at the the border, but also to make sure that CBP can continue to do their work that they do of our ports of entry, assessing tariffs and collecting duties, all of that. But beyond that, reconciliation has needed assets for other areas of our national security portfolio. The fact of the matter is the Department of Homeland Security is one of the largest agencies with one of the smallest budgets. And the task that we have taken on is gotten more and more complicated all the time as things move online, cybersecurity, bad actors get more sophisticated. And now we've let these dangerous terrorists and cartel members into our country, in the interior of our country, that threaten the American public. They need to be removed and taken out, and we're fighting a court system at times as well. So that reconciliation package makes sure that we're able to do due diligence and the work that we do and really assure the American people that we're on watch for them. Beyond that, Remain in Mexico policy to be codified would be incredibly important to make sure we have stability in that policy going forward. Some clarity and credible fear would be wonderful to have if this body would choose to tackle that. That would help us not have to deal consistently with court challenges and tie us up fighting that battle when we really should be addressing security concerns.
Miami is one of the 11 U.S. cities hosting matches for the upcoming World Cup. Can you discuss how DHS is preparing for that and how DHS is working with the state and the locals to make sure they have everything they need for a successful and secure event?
Yes, we are working diligently with FIFA and other entities to ensure that cities and states have the assets that they need. This will be an unprecedented world event. It'll take place in 3 different countries and many cities across our country, but also Mexico and Canada, and it will take place over a month. It's the equivalent to 10 different Super Bowls, and we will at times have 11 different matches going on in the country on the same day, and making sure we're supporting security operations in all of these cities is imperative. So having the conversations now, there's meetings happening almost every single day between our department, the White House, the federal government, and FIFA and these cities, to ensure that we have the protocols in place, the guidelines in place, universal approach to how they're going to be applied, and then what we can do to secure not just the ground and territory and access to these events, but also the air space above it. We need counter-drone technology. We need to have jurisdiction to be able to make sure that we're dealing with those threats as they present themselves, but also make sure that we have the men and women that are trained and prepared to secure them going forward. It will be safe and it will be secure. It's a lot of work because we've never done anything like this before, though.
Well, thank you for all your hard work and your team.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Chairman. Secretary Driscoll, General George, thank you both for being here. I want to thank you, President Trump, Secretary Hidstaff, for ensuring that our Army is a lethal warfighting machine. I appreciate all the changes you're working to make to restore the warfighting ethos and that our Army is ready for whatever may come. Can you talk about, when I was governor of Florida for 8 years, and we put a lot of effort into a program in Orlando, a simulation training instrumentation program headquartered in Orlando. It plays a critical role in preparing unmatched testing, modeling, simulation, and training systems to ensure our warfighters are ready for the next fight. There's a reason it's in Central Florida. It hosts a world-class manufacturing, science, and technologies industry that supports over 30,000 good-paying jobs, generates more than $7 billion annual in economic impact in the region. It's also strategically located in a unique defense innovation ecosystem alongside your other partners, Navy, Air Force, Marines, and recently established U.S. Space Force training headquarters at Patrick Space Force Base. So we put a lot of effort into it when I was governor, and we put a lot of effort to make sure this place everybody wants to serve. Can you talk about what your plans are there? Either one of you.
Yeah, I'll jump in on that, Senator. Obviously very important to us. Simulation is very important to us. Just took a brief back 2 days ago. We consistently run the warfighters. What I will tell you is that we're looking at, I think we can do more with commercial industry, and that's kind of what we're focused on, down there with PEO STRI. And, there's companies all over our country that can produce simulations. Right now, our overhead for our simulation exercises that we're running, which are with soldiers, is high, and I know that the technology exists for us to move that. So that's generally what we're trying to do down there. We just did a big conference down in Orlando. It was about 6 weeks ago, where we kind of explained where we need to move with next-gen simulation. And much like some of the previous comments, I think us doing this internally is, we are going to need less expertise. We should be able to adopt and modify commercially available tech that is out there, and that's what we're focused on.
And Senator, I would just say simulation has leapt forward in the last couple of years too, and it should have some incredible benefits to the United States Army. If we think about TRADOC and the number of times that we have to uproot soldiers from their families and move them somewhere in the world, that's not a particularly good outcome for all training. And so we're looking at simulation and trying to expand our use cases outside of its typical kind of maybe siloed wargaming function to actually start to empower and train our soldiers around the world.
So what impact do you think it'll have there, and what impact will it have on your ability to work with all the other branches?
I don't think it'll impact. What we're looking at when is basically aligning our program management where we have adopt, modify, and develop. And I think these are areas where we need to be developing it less on our own and adopting it more from people out there that really know how they do that. So there'll be people that can oversee those programs, people that understand contracting, and actually having warfighters down there to know what we need, and then getting it out to our formations quickly.
Okay. If there's anything I can do to help you all, just let me know. Thank you.
Thanks, Senator.
Senator Scott.
Sure. Well, first off, congratulations to each of you. I think this is an exciting time. You're gonna work for a president that's gonna put America first. He's gonna succeed peace through strength. So we're gonna be respected again. So I think you're gonna be serving at a historic time. Mr. Helberg, you're often at the forefront of cutting-edge technology and understanding its implications on our national security here at home. Given your background, I think you'll make a great addition to the State Department. As you prepare for the job, what would you say is the biggest threat the United States or allies face? Specifically, which countries and what risks do these countries pose?
Thank you very much, Senator, and thank you for taking the time to meet and lead up to this hearing. The biggest economic security threat to our country is, without any hesitation, our industrial over-reliance on communist China. They are currently instating export controls of rare earth magnets on Europe and the United States, which is already taking a toll on the global automobile industry, as well as other industries. As someone who worked in the private sector, I know that private companies are often very reluctant to come out publicly saying when they are negatively impacted by these types of policy decisions because they're afraid of bad PR, but these types of policy decisions really do sting. We are 90% reliant on Taiwan for semiconductors, 90% reliant on China for rare earth minerals, 70% reliant on China for cell phones, tablets, and drone production. That is not sustainable. And therefore, the E family will be entirely committed to developing a whole of government approach to securing our supply chains. And that will ultimately be the overarching policy framework through which we will engage with our partners and allies overseas.
Thank you. Mr. Positor, while I wish the European Union well, it's become increasingly apparent that it's a broken system and compensates for its struggles to create wealth and prosperity with redistribution and over-regulations. It's a large reason the United States managed to have a much better relationship with individual countries over the European Union headquarters. Given your expertise in the private sector with economic growth, what do you think about the EU strategy, and how should this shape our relationship with the EU going forward?
Thank you, Senator. Great question. I think as President Trump has made clear, the European Union needs to walk back its overregulation, its red tape, its retaliatory taxes that damage American companies. So there's a lot of work to be done, but the Europeans know that. There's a Draghi report, who's a former prime minister of Italy, that came out and said that, in fact, overregulation is killing competitiveness. It's killing the economy in the European Union. In fact, their GDP was slightly larger than that of the United States back in 2008. It's already, and that was including the UK, who was a member of the EU back then. Including the UK today, they're 30% lower than we are. Take the UK out, they're 50% lower than we are today. So they need to make changes, and they know they need to make changes. There are advantages, however, to dealing with the European Union as opposed to individual states, because many of those individual states have conceded part of their sovereignty to the Union, including, for example, on trade, on tariffs, on sanctions. So American businesses need to deal with the European Union and the individual states. And there is some comfort in dealing with the Union because American companies know how to deal with the European Union. If you look at the states, for example, in the Balkans, where we've got a number of states that are trying to get into the EU, but they're not there yet. To get in, they're going to have to bring their legal systems in compliance with EU standards, and they're going to have to reduce corruption. And I think both of those things are also an advantage to the United States. If you look at, for example, Croatia, which entered the EU in 2013, since they entered, our exports to Croatia have increased, I think they've tripled since they entered. So there are advantages. Clearly, there are problems with the EU. I know it, they need to address them, but there are reasons to deal with them nonetheless.
Thank you. Mr. Kapoor, so tell us what would you like to accomplish with Pakistan?
Senator, thank you for the question. As I mentioned in my opening statement, I think there are a number of areas where we could cooperate with Pakistan in the security realm. I think there will be instances where counterterrorism cooperation would be useful. We can also build out our relationship away from a sort of a myopic focus on security in the direction of trade and investment. And I know there are some opportunities there in critical minerals as well. So I think those are areas that I'd be interested in exploring.
Well, congratulations to each of you on your nomination.
Scott, can we talk to you about Iran, please? Hi. At this point, do you think that Congress should get a say in any possible preemptive strikes on Iran? We have the War Powers Resolution coming up next week.
Sure. So first off, I trust President Trump will do the right thing. We know that Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. I'm very appreciative of what the Israelis have done to try to demolish the scientific leadership and the military forces in Iran. And look, here's what we know about President Trump. Here's a guy, we watched what he did his first 4 years. He's the one who go to war. He wants to defend the freedom of this country. So I'm sure he'll make the right decision.
What is the threat to the American people if this enrichment is in fact going on in Iran?
Well, when they get a nuclear weapon, they've already said they're death to America. So they'll use a nuclear weapon. I don't think there's any ifs, ands, or buts about it. So if you care about the freedom, you care about your own life, you want to be thankful that this president has been such a strong supporter of Israel and has allowed Israel to go forward and do what they should be doing, and that's to destroy Iran's capabilities.
Will you support U.S. troops being further involved?
Well, that's it. First off, the president has the right to make a decision to defend this country. He'll make a good decision.
And the legislature,
Senator,
its role?
can you describe the mood within the Republican Party around this issue? I know there are disagreements in general on the right side of the aisle of how the president should proceed.
Well, I can speak for what I believe. I believe this president's doing the right thing. I believe Israel's doing the right thing. They don't have a choice. You've got the leadership of Iran saying death to America and death to Israel, so they're doing the right things. Thanks, everybody. Sure. Well, first off, congratulations to each one of you for your nominations and for your individual success. So if each of you could just take a couple minutes and say, assume you get through this wonderful process and you get confirmed on the floor, which is difficult right now. What would be success at the end of your time as in these roles? Mike, you want to start?
Sure. Thank you, Senator. I appreciate your support. I appreciate the men and women that I've had to lead in combat, and I think the last thing they would call me is a coward. So I appreciate deeply our relationship, both for the good of Florida and for the good of the country. What does success look like in the UN? It looks like, again, under the President and Secretary's leadership, one, getting it back to actually solving problems. The things that we are seeing, the successes that we've seen under this president, a peace agreement in Africa, resolving what could have been a nuclear exchange between Pakistan and India, securing our border. Heck, even a water treaty that Mexico wasn't honoring that we established in 1944 for South Texan farmers, the ongoing efforts going from at least here to here in terms of Ukraine and Russia and trying to end that horrific conflict, a ceasefire with Israel and Iran. I could continue. I mean, it's been an amazing 6 months, and it's just beginning. Those should be dealt with in the UN. That should be the place where we're coming together. We've talked about the anti-Semitism that has to go. We've talked about the reforms in terms of these 80-plus agencies with often duplicative and wasteful mandates. I want to give some time to my colleagues here, but if I get just those things done in support of Secretary Rubio and the President, I think we'll have made a tremendous step forward.
Mr. Reddy? What would you like to accomplish? What would be
Thank you,
successful?
Senator Scott, for that question. First of all, our mission is to make the United States safer, stronger, and more prosperous. I am thrilled to have the opportunity, if approved, to represent the United States and Sweden. I think Sweden is a magnificent country, a magnificent partner of ours. I'm really anxious to look at our defense areas, whether it's stopping the shadow fleet in the Balkans, or working on the Arctic Circle. We forget that we're an Arctic nation, and we need to make sure that we're active up there. China is partnering with Russia to use that as a waterway, the new Silk Road as it is, and I want to make sure that we're focused up there and working through that with our Nordic neighbors. On the economic areas, I want to make sure that we continue to partner with our industries in the United States as well as those in Sweden. We have some great partnerships right now with Ericsson in the telecommunications area. Saab-Boeing partnership is exceptional, and I would like to build on that. IKEA is continuing to invest in the United States, and just recently we signed a TSA where we will have commercial satellites being deployed from Sweden with a commercial company called Firefly. So those are a few of the things that I'm looking forward to. Thank you for the question.
Mr. Rigo.
Thank you very much, Senator. Thank you very much for taking the time to speak with me the other day. I've been sitting on the bench for 7 months. I haven't done that in business, and I haven't done it in sports my whole life. And I am ecstatic, or maybe just overwhelmed with the fact that one day, if confirmed, I can get to Portugal and do the mission that President Trump and Secretary Rubio have entrusted in me. And I will let the people know, the amazing people at the embassy there in Lisbon, that what they're going to get from, if confirmed, from this ambassador is going to be a lot of empathy, passion, and a lot of common sense. And I have just utmost respect for each and every one of them. That I've done some reading, some research. I've talked to some of the people there. And I just know that they're going to see that in me. And we're going to have wins. We have missions to accomplish. We're going to have a lot of wins. But I didn't come out of retirement to be miserable. Not only are we going to have wins, but we're going to have fun doing it, because I believe that's very, very important. I think a lot of things get done. And I'm not going to sit here right now and tell you I'm the best foreign relations scholar. I tell you, I feel like I'm a scholar of some, but I'm a student of most. And I will learn from those dedicated people at the embassy, and I will just be there to enhance and to continue the great work that they've been doing over the last several years, and I look forward, if confirmed, to being their leader. Thank you.
Congratulations on each of your nominations. Good luck.
Thank you, Senator. Mr. Reddy, I hope you'll communicate.
Well, first off, I had a trip to Europe about 3 months ago, and what I talked to the European leaders about was the fact that they need to, do their part, and it's happening. And every leader I talked to was supportive of what's happening in Ukraine, and I'm glad the European Union and their members are showing up and putting their money up and supporting Ukraine.
What do you think about the 50 days that the president has given Putin before
I don't know why he gave him that many days. We all know who Putin is. Putin does want peace. From my standpoint, I think Trump's being very generous. I think we ought to have, ought to have sanctions. We ought to have tariffs immediately, because he's not going to change. But I know the president's generous, and if there's anybody who can bring Putin to the table, it's Donald Trump.
Is he being too generous?
Well, I mean, look, he's the president, and he believes he can bring this together. I think Trump could look at all the things he's accomplished with what he did in Iran.
But you think there should be sanctions now?
I would love there to be sanctions now. I'd love there to be tariffs now.
Senator, shifting gears, are you comfortable with the administration's handling of the Epstein investigation, and do you still have full confidence in Attorney General Bondi?
Absolutely. Pam Bondi is a good friend of mine. She served as Attorney General when I was governor. She's honest, she's ethical, she's transparent, she's going to do the right thing.
Senator, on tariffs itself, there have been signs that the prices are increasing because of tariffs. There was a report out today saying that. Are you constituents okay with paying more on goods because of these tariffs?
I haven't seen the report. I'll look at the report. I do know that President Trump is trying to bring jobs back to this country, and that's why he's doing what he's doing with regard to the tariffs.
Will the sanctions bill pass? Will the sanctions bill pass?
Thank you guys so much.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Scott.
Thank you, Chairman. Well, first, I thank all of you for being here. Congratulations on your nominations. Our country faces numerous threats, and the work you are nominated to do is essential to supporting President Trump's mission of protecting American lives and infrastructure against the threats of Communist China, Russia, and more. Under both the Obama and Biden presidencies, we saw our intelligence community and other agencies weakened and weaponized against its own citizens, putting Americans at risk. We've seen policies put in place that undermine the agency's credibility and attempt to enforce security at the expense of hardworking Americans. Thankfully, we have President Trump back in office. He and his administration take the threat that Xi Jinping and others pose to our country very seriously, and he knows too well the experience of intelligence agencies being weaponized for political purposes, with no one being held accountable. So let me ask Mr. Fox the first question. We've known for years that both the Obama and Biden administrations weaponized every element of the federal government against President Trump, including the intelligence community. Just last week, Director of National Intelligence Tulsi Gabbard released over 100 declassified documents that she said provided overwhelming evidence of a treasonous and conspiracy by senior Obama administration officials to undermine President Trump's 2016 election. If confirmed, how would you prioritize reviewing the actions of our intelligence agencies during the 2016 transition, and how would you ensure your office's full independence when investigating current and former senior government officials?
Thank you for the question, Senator. I share the priorities of this administration and the Director of Rebuilding Public Trust, and there's a lot involved in that effort. If confirmed as IG, then I will take every action as appropriate to properly investigate or conduct audits and inspections as needed, aligned with the national intelligence priorities as best we can, and of course, consistent with congressionally directed actions.
Based on the evidence Ms. Gabbard put out, what reforms or safeguards would you advocate to prevent any future political weaponization of the intelligence community?
Well, that's a complex answer, Senator, and I appreciate it. Step one would be a zero-based review, if confirmed, to understand the roles and responsibilities within the office and make sure we have the right people in the right position with the right tools and the right intent. The ICIG is a cross-cutting office, so it does have the authority to oversee all 18 IC elements. And I would work with the ICIG Forum to ensure that we're working together as appropriate and ensuring that the watchers are conducting their oversight in each element of the IC appropriately and fully.
Thank you. My next question is for Mr. Allende and Mr. Planky. In May, U.S. energy officials found secret communication equipment inside Chinese-made devices like power inverters, which are used throughout the U.S. and the world to connect solar panels and wind turbines to electricity grids, and are also found in batteries, heat pumps, and electric vehicle chargers. The Biden administration recklessly rescinded Trump's first-term executive order that banned Chinese procurement or involvement in the U.S. power grid. I know this administration has restored that EO, and I previously filed a bill to codify that. Does the Chinese Communist Party have a kill switch embedded in our power grid through our use of Chinese renewable energy infrastructure like solar panels and Chinese batteries, and how we combat this and make sure we are not procuring CCC-made energy infrastructure? Mr. Yend, if you want to go first.
Thank you. Senator, thank you for your question. At present, I am not in the Department of Homeland Security. I don't currently have any insights into that matter. If confirmed, however, I look forward to studying that very deeply with the experts at the Directorate of Science and Technology. I can tell you that based on public reports, that is a concern that we have had in Florida, and we have taken action. We have started some work with Idaho National Laboratory to assess battery technology which will include the inverters and solar panels. We previously conducted an OT security assessment of Florida's locks and levees, and the Florida legislature in the 2023 session banned the use of Chinese drones, which our department effectuated regulations to ban those. Those were ultimately sent to the University of South Florida for testing for those very issues that you are describing. I'm just not aware of the results of those tests.
Senator, thank you for your question. I share the concern of you and my colleague, and we worked together in the original Trump 45 administration on this very issue. We are both concerned. I am concerned, and if confirmed, that it will be a priority of mine to remove all Chinese intrusions, exploitations, or infestation into the American supply chain. Yes, Senator, and I look forward to working with you on that.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairman.
Senator Hassan.
What other changes we can make to straighten this bill?
Senator Scott.
So first off, Senator Hawley, you said that I voted for the bill before. You also committed to work with me to improve the bill, which you didn't do. So let's think about where we are. I think everybody on this committee, nobody wants people to do trading. I think we all would agree with that.
Your mic on?
Yeah. Nobody would like people to do trading. We've watched Nancy Pelosi. It seems like she's figured out how to make a fortune off of trading. We'd all like to make as much money as she made in trading. I don't know anybody in the country that's done that well. So, but if you look at this, if you have a small business, you come up here, all right? It's illiquid. There's no buyer. What are you going to do? You just give it away. So you're telling people, let me finish. Okay, there's no buyer. If it's illiquid, there's no buyer. That's why it's called illiquid, all right? You made a reference to billionaires, okay? I don't know when in this country it became a negative to make money. But somehow, if you've made money, you're supposedly, I think Senator Hawley suggests, you shouldn't be serving because you might trade stocks. Now, I came up here, I made money. I started out never knowing my dad, living in public housing. I lived the dream that many of us want to live, not be broke. I went to junior college, joined the Navy. I didn't go to some elite university. I went to the cheapest place I could find, and I went and built businesses. But somehow now, if you've made money, somehow it's negative up here. I did what Senator Johnson did. When I became governor of Florida, I sold my operating businesses. Right? I did a blind trust while I was governor. I never saw what was in the blind trust. I never traded one thing that was in the blind trust. Somebody else did it. Now in this job, I don't trade stocks. I don't own operating businesses. But somehow it's suspect because I made money. I don't know how many people in the audience, how many of you don't want to make money? Anybody want to be poor? I don't. Right? So this idea that we're going to attack people because they make money is wrong. Is absolutely wrong. We should cherish all of our different backgrounds. Every one of us has a different background. I've got a business background. But what I was just accused of is making money, and somehow I can't be fair and do things the right way. So I think it's disgusting what is going on here. So, but I agree with I completely agree with you. We've got to stop people from trading stocks. But this is way different. This is an attack against the president, attack against the vice president. That's what this is. So I think it's wrong.
Mr. Chairman, I just want to correct that Senator Scott said that if you have a small business, you'd be forced to sell it. Small businesses are explicitly exempted under this bill to 1,200 employees. They are not covered. If you have a small business, you can maintain your ownership in that business throughout the entire time. And I don't mind anybody being rich. What I mind is people getting rich while they're here trading stock, which I think we can all agree on. And this bill would put a stop to.
So 1,200 employees. I had one company with 285,000 employees. That was publicly traded, but when it was private, it was not liquid. I had a variety of manufacturing companies that had a lot of employees. That stock was illiquid. I mean, if any of you bought and sold companies, you do not have, oh, somebody's going to buy today. I know I can walk out the door and there'll be somebody to buy the company. So we're going to make people sell things when it might be an absolute worst time to sell something. And they busted their butt to go build that business, and then they want to come up here and serve, and then we say, well, you got to give up your net worth. That's wrong.
I'd like to make one quick point, then Senator Johnson. On the idea of whether you're a small business or not, I was a physician. There was 150 physicians in my practice, and we owned a bunch of stuff altogether. And we probably had 1,500, 2,000 employees. Sounds like I would have to divest as well. So you could be a small member of a large group that has a lot of money and a lot of employees, and you'd have to divest. I think there's just a lot of things that are not thought through here. Senator Johnson.
I'd like to make a couple more points. I've been here now for 15 years.
Thank you very much, Senator King. Senator Scott, you rushed in here breathlessly to take your place ahead of Senator Tuberville. Have you caught your breath? Are you? Are you all right? Do you want to go? Are you able to? Right. Yes, you are recognized, sir.
Thank you. First off, thanks each of you for being here. So I'm a business guy. I've been up here for 6.5 years. I ran companies. We never didn't have an audit. I mean, it's actually hard to believe that our military can't get an audit done. So in my business life, one, you couldn't sell public stock. You know, nobody would buy your stock. You couldn't raise money. The bank would foreclose on you. So, and what's frustrating is no one's ever been held accountable. I mean, I don't know anybody that hasn't been promoted. I don't know anybody that's been let go. There's basically no accountability. You have to admire the Marines. They testified about, a couple weeks ago, and they make their audit, but nobody else gets it done. So Mr. Powers, if confirmed, you're going to oversee the DOD's finances and budget every year. This clearly is not an easy job. How long is it going to take you to deliver a clean audit? Easy question.
December 31st, 2028, Senator.
You think it'll take that long?
Yes, I do. There's a lot to be done. What the Marine Corps did, part of it was they did it because they're Marines, and they did it the hard way. They didn't have great systems. They didn't have good internal controls, but they audited through that, meaning instead of sampling 100 items, they would sample thousands of items to get to the point where they could assure the reader of the financial statements that they were correct, and the auditors. It'll take some time. I mean, we got to consolidate systems, got to get rid of a bunch of legacy stuff. We got to start leveraging AI and.
So in the meantime, are we going to get audit reports with exceptions?
Senator, we get those every year, but we've been making progress. We've got 12 financial statements from last year, organizations within DOD that got clean audit opinions. An effort was made to get the government's checkbook, fund balance for Treasury, audited and cleaned up. That was a material weakness that GAO had identified. And quite a number of them did get cleaned up, improved. But there's a lot to do. We just have not been serious enough about it. I believe that now is the time. I mean, we're all kind of on board. I refer to this as a nonpartisan exercise because we all know it needs to be done, and it only makes sense. And what's going on? Why can't we do it? And we haven't done it because we haven't had the will.
So do you think it takes new people?
Excuse me?
To take new people? And in my business life, I mean, if you're the CFO and you didn't get an audit done, you lost your job. I mean, no CFO can keep their job if the audit's not done.
Correct.
So does it take new people? Because the people there must not be important to them.
Certainly, it will take new people. We haven't delivered with the people we have, to the extent that that needs to be looked at and analyzed and reconfigured, I will say. We need to get the train pointed in the right direction, and we need to execute. We need to have a good plan. We need to have leadership that is all over making this very important. In business, when the boss says something's really important, you do it because you might lose your job.
Do you think the bosses are saying that?
I don't think there was a lot of that previously. There was some people were more interested than others. Some people just thought it was an impossible task. And some people were much more interested in executing, against the broader mission of the department. I think it needs to be important, and it needs, then people like the comptroller need to be accountable. It's not just one person, it's the entire organization, but if confirmed, I would like to put together a plan that involves senior leadership, DepSecDef, managing monthly meetings, holding people accountable, the secretaries and the financial managers and comptrollers for the departments and agencies.
Well, I would appreciate it after you get confirmed, if you could just give us in writing, just a quarterly update of how you're doing. So, because I think a lot of us here really care about this, and we'll do whatever we can to make sure it's a priority. So, thank you.
I'd be happy to do that.
Thank you, Senator Scott. And
the U.S. Senate Special Committee on Aging will now come to order. Today's hearing is meant to bring attention to a heartbreaking issue. People spend years planning, working, and dreaming of an enriching and fulfilling retirement. Never does that dream include possible abuse or neglect of a friend, loved one, or themselves. Unfortunately, elder abuse and neglect happen every day. And too often our seniors suffer in silence. A recent study from AARP shows that only 1 in 14 cases, 1 in 14, of elder abuse are reported. Even when it is reported, it can be difficult to prosecute these crimes. Survivors of abuse are often unwilling or unable to testify. This hesitancy can be compounded by not having a trusted support system and the perpetrator of the abuse having an existing relationship with the abused victim. Combating abuse and neglect by stopping fraud and scams is important work for seniors across the country. It's especially important to folks in my state of Florida, where we have such a large and vibrant senior population. Fighting back against fraud and scams has also been a priority of mine as both Florida's governor and now as a U.S. Senator. One of the first bills I fought to make law after I was elected to the Senate in 2018 was the Telephone Robocall Abuse Criminal Enforcement and Deterrence, long word, TRACE Act, to combat abusive robocalls. The TRACE Act gives regulators more time to find scammers, increases civil forfeiture penalties for those who are caught, promotes call authentication, and block and adoption technology that prevents these calls from reaching consumers in the first place, and brings relevant federal agencies and state attorneys general together to address hurdles to criminal prosecution of robocallers who intentionally flout laws. Put simply, the TRACE Act protects Americans, especially our seniors, from abusive robocalls. While having the TRACE Act signed into law by President Trump in 2019 was a win in the fight against fraud-based abuse and neglect, victimization continues, and we must do more. We need an all-hands-on-deck approach at the local, state, and federal levels to protect our seniors. We need to ensure continued support for programs that help train those who interact with our seniors on how to identify signs of physical, mental, and financial abuse of elders, and provide services for those who are victims of such horrific treatment. We also need to build out and support programs that stop elder abuse and neglect before it happens, especially on a state and local level. This includes adult day services, transportation services, and meal delivery programs. These programs serve a dual purpose as they help build the necessary trust to create a safe environment for reporting abuse when and if it occurs. Many of these essential programs that work on identifying and preventing elder abuse and neglect are overseen and authorized by the Older Americans Act. For 60 years, the Older Americans Act, known as the OAA, has helped countless seniors through social connection and life-affirming support programs. Over 10 million older Americans are helped by programs covered by the OAA. I'm proud to work with Ranking Member Gillibrand and Health, Education, Labor, and Pensions Chairman Bill Cassidy and Ranking Member Bernie Sanders to lead the fight for the reauthorization of this important piece of legislation, which is a critical tool in our arsenal to fight against abuse and neglect of our elderly population. The OAA supports family caregiving services, the National Center on Elder Abuse, and provides vital legal assistance programs that connect vulnerable seniors with the resources that they need. Also helps support local in-home meal delivery services, which not only provide much-needed nutritional services, but also serve as a critical touch point for seniors. Interactions like those had with an in-home meal delivery services provider are sometimes the only contact a senior may have with someone who can recognize signs of abuse or neglect. It also builds trust and a sense of connection that may otherwise not exist. Thankfully, we are working with the Trump administration who understand the value of these programs. Health and Human Services Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr. recently made a point to highlight how important these in-home meal services are by being the first sitting HHS Secretary to visit and deliver meals himself. I'm grateful we have a leader in the White House and a leader at the Department of Health and Human Services who are prioritizing the safety and health of older Americans and are partners in this fight to ensure members of our aging community have a healthy and fulfilling life. My hope is that with this hearing, we can draw attention to the people and programs working on the front lines to address this crisis of elder abuse, as well as the victims we are failing if we fail to act. I look forward to hearing from these leaders in the aging support space and gaining knowledge from their experience as we work together to address and stop this crisis in its tracks.
Senator Scott.
Thank you, Chairman. Admiral Bradley, General Henderson, congratulations. First off, thanks for your service. Thank your family for being here. Thank you for their sacrifice while you've served. You both are going to do an outstanding job. Number one, do you believe that the government of China has decided to be our adversary?
Senator, I do.
Senator, I concur.
So we put, this committee has put a lot of effort into getting rid of Chinese drones in the military and in our country. And we've made a lot of progress. As you know, we're seeing drone warfare increase around the world. We've watched what's happened in Ukraine. We've watched what's happened in the Red Sea. We've watched what the Houthis have been doing to shoot down ships. So do you believe drone technology is going to be important in warfare going forward?
Senator, I do.
Absolutely, Senator.
So do you think it's really important to make sure that we don't have, Chinese products in our military, such as drones?
Senator, I know that there are nefarious aspects to Chinese products that come out, and we must be careful not to include any of those.
Senator, I would agree that we need to make sure that we don't open back doors or other vulnerabilities by, we need to understand what products we're using.
So whether it's Chinese drones, computers, printers, drugs, products like garlic that's grown in raw sewage, you think it's important that we make sure none of that is used by our military, and we're never dependent on any of it?
Senator, I do resonate with those thoughts, and though I can't speak to all the details, certainly we must be cautious of anything that comes from China that would be part of our kill chain or part of a military chain of production.
Yes, Senator, I think that's something that we need to assess is where are those critical vulnerabilities and where do we need to ensure we have alternate supply chains as we look at the future.
How about drugs? You think we ought to be buying Chinese drugs for our servicemen, servicewomen?
Senator, I have to say I can't speak to the details of our drug production chain. I'm sorry.
Senator, I'm not familiar with the details of that either.
Off the top of your head, do you think we ought to have Chinese drugs in our bodies? And we ought to be relying on them when we go to war? Do you think they might hold them back?
Senator, that could be a risk at any time we become dependent on a sole source. And I have full faith in the American system, and I would prefer American-made medicines.
I've encouraged to see Secretary Hegseth announced last week that is removing CCP cloud services out of the DoD, which was added, unfortunately, during the Obama era initiative. So just last question, do you think it's really important that we continue to do everything we can to get all Chinese products, all Chinese apps, everything, drones, computers, printers, drugs, everything, as much as we can out of our supply chain for our military?
Senator, I do agree with that.
Yes, Senator, I agree. We should eliminate as many vulnerabilities as we possibly can.
Thank you. Chairman. Mr. Gore, first off, congratulations to all of you. And I know each one of you is going to be dedicated and do a great job. Mr. Gore, India's purchase of Russian oil is a significant issue for our foreign policy interests. As our next ambassador to India, how do you view India's choice in light of U.S. tariffs and our strategic goals?
Thank you for the question, Senator. President Trump has been crystal clear on this. They must stop buying Russian oil. And I believe almost every single member of this committee has co-sponsored Senator Graham's legislation, which has proposed a 500% tariff on secondary purchase and reselling of Russian oil. The president has only imposed a 25% tariff, and he's fully encouraging also our European partners and others around the world to stop that. Our tariffs work if our partners around the world are on the same page. If we're unilaterally putting tariffs on someone, but they're able to buy the same oil and resell the same oil through China, through India, through Brazil, that's a problem. And so we fully intend on fixing that.
India is a vital counterweight to Communist China in the Indo-Pacific. So our relationship is very important. I'm concerned that India is a member of the BRICS organization alongside some of our biggest adversaries. So how are you going to deal with that?
Senator, I share those concerns with you. With that said, the Indians have been on our side on various issues within BRICS, including several individuals in BRICS, Brazil, China, have pushed for years to move away from the US dollar. India has been the stopgap for that. India is much more willing and open to engage with us than with some of those other individuals that are in BRICS.
All right, thank you. Mr. Walker, what would you consider a clear measure of success at the end of your time as ambassador? How would you like to leave the U.S.-Bahama relationship after your term as ambassador?
Sir, thank you for the question, Senator. And, you know, I feel a true measure of success because the charge d'affaires, Kim Furnish, and her group in the Bahamas have done an excellent job. And a true measure of success, if I can contain and let the Bahamian people know that we are their country of choice, with China making a large influence in the Caribbean, and we are able to keep China from being too close to the United States because that can become a security risk, and letting the Bahamian people know that we're the country of choice, I think that'll be a measure of success for me.
Thank you. Mr. Viprik, for years I've opposed the United Nations Relief and Works Agency choice to categorize Palestinian Arabs as refugees, decades after the conflict that created the refugee situation. No other refugee population is treated this way, and I've yet to be told the reason behind this decision. This means Palestinian refugees have to live in camps that become cauldrons of terrorism and violence, and they are never, ever resettled or recategorized. This allows Israel's enemies to falsely accuse Israel of violating international law and demanding the use of land that threatens Israel's security. What plans do you have to address the situation?
Senator, you raise a very interesting and important point, which is that the definition of refugee that UNRWA applies with regard to certain Palestinians is not the same as the definition of refugee that's applied more generally when it comes to other international instruments. I would note that the United States has drastically adjusted its engagement with UNRWA recently. And so when it comes to looking at whether and how the United States will continue to assist in Gaza and Palestinian territories, we're going to have to consider what partners we engage with there.
Thank you, Mr. Holzheimer. Keeping our focus on the Middle East, the U.S.-Jordanian relationship is clearly important, but given the current regime's instability and the pressures from our enemies on Jordan, it's also a difficult one. Do you believe this relationship can be improved, and can Jordan become more stable and less at risk from its own population and terrorist threats?
Thank you, Senator, for the question. I do believe the relationship can always be strengthened. The relationship between the United States and Jordan is good. It is very strong, and again, thanks to many members of this committee who have invested in that relationship over many, many decades. I do think there is always more work to do to strengthen the bilateral relationship, particularly given the important role that Jordan plays in the region right now, and it has played for many, many years, particularly as we look at implementing the president's policy on Syria and activities going on in Israel. So if confirmed, I look forward to working with Ambassador Huckabee, with Special Envoy Tom Barrack, and others to do the very best that we can do to strengthen that relationship and support the Jordanian government.
All right.
Thank
you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Scott. Senator.
The U.S. Senate Special Committee on Aging will now come to order. Last month, this committee held a hearing about the dangers older Americans face due to unsafe foreign generic drugs. We exposed not only the threat posed by poor quality generic drugs that can hurt or even kill American seniors, but also how dependent the United States is on dangerous supply chains that threaten shortages, keeping life-saving drugs from getting to those who need them. The terrifying reality we face is that our nation is completely beholden to Communist China and India for the vast majority of our generic drugs and their ingredients. Communist China is the world's largest producer of active prescription drug ingredients, and India relies on Communist China for approximately 80% of the active drug ingredients it uses in drug manufacturing. A study from one of our witnesses, Mr. Tony Sardella, found that 83% of the top 100 generic drugs consumed by U.S. citizens have no U.S.-based source of active drug ingredients. Another 11% have only one domestic source of active drug ingredients. We also learned that in our last hearing that if Communist China or India shut off the flow of these essential drugs, the U.S. would only have months of prescription drug supply, forcing us to begin rationing drugs and turn away all but the most in need within a matter of weeks. Let me say that again. If Communist China or Adversary or India decide to shut off supplying generic prescription drugs to the United States, we would run out of prescription drugs in a matter of months and be forced to begin rationing drugs and turning away all but the most desperately in need within a matter of weeks. I think everyone here remembers the supply shortages we faced during the COVID-19 pandemic of PPE supplies and even baby formula. Think about the catastrophic scenario we would face if millions of Americans didn't have the prescription drugs they need to survive. The health of older Americans is too important to leave to chance. Congress has to work with the Trump administration and act now to make sure that Americans have safe and high-quality drugs and to secure the prescription drug supply chain. 91% of prescriptions filled in the United States are for generic drugs. It is essential that the quality and safety of generic prescription drugs meets the same high standards of brand-name drugs. A study showed that serious adverse events like hospitalization and even death were 54% more likely for foreign generic drugs compared to American-made generic drugs. I'm not exaggerating when I say that people are dying in America today because of bad medicine from under-regulated markets in India and Communist China. When I asked Peter Baker, a former FDA inspector, if he would allow himself or his family to take generic drugs made in India or Communist China, he said absolutely not. He told us that he believed that Americans were being killed every day from foreign-made generic drugs. I want to say that again. A former FDA inspector who worked in China and India told this committee that he believes Americans are being killed every day from dangerous foreign-made generic drugs. Mr. Baker also told a heartbreaking story of having to go to multiple pharmacies with his elderly grandmother to find a safe generic drug for her prescription, only to be forced to accept an Indian-made drug that had paid a massive settlement to the U.S. Department of Justice for falsifying quality testing. Peter knew that the drug in his grandmother's prescription was potentially dangerous, but had no other options. No American should ever have to deal with what Peter talked about and be worried that a family member will be hurt or killed by the medicine that is supposed to heal or treat them. It is unacceptable for that to be happening in our country, and every American needs to get loud and demand change. Everyone knows how I feel about Communist China, but I'm not the only one concerned about the dangers of foreign-made generic drugs. The BBC reported earlier this year that doctors in Communist China are worried about the quality of their generic drugs. One doctor said that antibiotics coming out almost entirely from Communist China were causing allergies and elevated blood pressure. Unsurprisingly, the Chinese Communist Party downplays these reports, just like they've denied using slave labor. But this is a real problem, and we cannot rely on low-quality, ineffective generic drugs from Communist China. In our last hearing, our witnesses underscored quality issues that present real dangers to the health of patients. In 2007 and 2008, heparin that sourced contaminated ingredients from Communist China killed up to 100 people in the United States. These problems continue to happen nearly 20 years later. In 2023, contaminated eye drops from India killed 4 people and caused adverse events in at least 55 patients. The federal government needs to ensure access to safe and high-quality drugs today. Following our hearing last month, Ranking Member Gillibrand and I sent a letter to the FDA asking what steps they are taking to stop dangerous drugs from coming into our country. I also met with FDA Commissioner Makary, and he talked about his fight to fix the issues we have highlighted. I applaud his attention to this dire issue and the Trump administration's work to increase the amount of unannounced foreign inspections, a crucial first step to holding foreign manufacturers accountable to the same standards we hold American manufacturers. When it comes to solutions, I believe one of the most important things we can do is to establish a federal buyer's market. The federal government is the largest purchaser of drugs in the United States, accounting for 40% of outpatient prescription drugs purchased as of 2018. On the Senate Armed Services Committee, I have pushed for the Department of War to leverage its buying power to prioritize purchasing drugs made in America using American ingredients. Senator Warren held a hearing last year on this same issue. If no American option is available, then the federal government should prioritize drugs and ingredients from allies and Trade Act compliant countries. The buying power of the federal government can move the needle and bring manufacturing for essential drugs back to the United States. The national security risk of relying on Communist China for essential drugs and drug ingredients are unacceptable. These same risks are unacceptable for seniors who trust they will have access to the drugs they need. In 2024, the U.S. manufactured 37% of its consumed drugs. This number is down from 2002 when it was 83%. So in just 20 years, we have ceded control of our medical supply chain to Communist China and India. Even if we start prioritizing certain drugs or types of drugs, like antibiotics, which Communist China supplies 90% of the ingredients for globally, we would be making our medical supply chains much safer, not just for seniors, but for all Americans. I will continue fighting for the federal government to purchase American-manufactured drugs. We cannot rely on Communist China for something as important as the health of Americans. Every American deserves to know where the drugs they're purchasing came from. That is why I support mapping our supply chains as well as our country of origin labeling. I've introduced the Country of Origin Labeling Online Act to require country of origin labeling for consumer products. Consumers deserve to know where items they purchase are made, and for something as important as the medications you take, that information is absolutely crucial. I will be introducing legislation on country of origin labeling for prescription drugs that would require drug labels include the country where each drug ingredient and the finished drugs are manufactured, processed, or compounded. We've already seen Communist China place export restrictions on rare earth elements as part of trade negotiation, and there's no reason why they won't do the same for medicines. Agencies like the Department of War and Veteran Affairs stepping in to purchase American-made drugs could bring industry back and create a steady supply of important medications and ingredients for the American people. Other steps like the Department of Commerce Section 232 investigation could level the playing field for American manufacturers. Section 232 tariffs are for goods that impact our national security, and I can't think of anything more crucial to the health of our seniors than generic drugs. On Friday, I sent a letter to Secretary Lutnick and U.S. Trade Representative Greer encouraging them to immediately place Section 232 tariffs on generic drugs. This is a national security and a public health issue for seniors and all Americans. I look forward to this discussion with our witnesses on how we can make sure Americans never have to worry about missing a dose of their medication or the quality of drugs in their medicine cabinet. Now I'd like to turn it over to Ranking Member Gillibrand for her opening.
Mr. President.
Senator from Nevada.
Thank you. Mr. President, Nevadans work hard for their money, really hard, especially right now when they're being squeezed by rising costs as a result of Trump's chaos and his reckless economic policies. Nevadans pay taxes with the expectation that the federal government is going to work for them and provide critical services when they need it. Services that are shamefully being disrupted by the Republican government shutdown. Instead, their taxpayer dollars are being wasted on gold-plated dinners at the White House. Count them, two private jets for Kristi Noem, and unbelievably, a potentially multi-million-dollar illegal payment to Donald Trump. So you heard that right. In the middle of a government shutdown that he caused because he refuses to take action to prevent a spike in your health care costs, Donald Trump is seeking $230 million in payment from the Department of Justice for who? Well, for himself. He's going to use your money to pad his own pockets instead of working with Democrats to take action to make sure that you and your family can go to the doctor without breaking the bank. Trump has even acknowledged that, quote, it's awfully strange to make a decision where I'm paying myself, end quote. And I'm going to go one step further, Mr. President. It's not just strange. It's outrageous. $230 million? All while families are worrying about paying their bills, putting food on the table, and wondering if they'll be able to afford their health insurance for next year. Instead of paying himself, why doesn't Trump put that money towards SNAP benefits, since his administration has decided to renege on its promise to provide the funding to prevent Americans from going hungry? The president has the power to do this. So today, I'm introducing a resolution condemning Donald Trump's decision to pay and enrich himself with your tax dollars. You got that right. He's going to pay to enrich himself nearly $250,000 from Donald Trump to Donald Trump off the backs of the American taxpayer. And if my Republican colleagues who like to stand up here and talk all about cutting costs, cutting wasteful spending, if they want to practice what they preach, they'll support my resolution. They'll stand up to Donald Trump and say, finally, with the gold-plated dinners and the ballrooms, etc., that enough is enough, and it's time to put the American people first. So let's show the American people that at least this chamber still knows the difference between serving the public and serving yourself. So let's pass my resolution right now, today. We can do it. So, Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent the Senate proceed to the consideration of S-Res 470, which is at the desk. Further, I ask unanimous consent that the resolution be agreed to, the preamble be agreed to, and that the motions to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table with no intervening action or debate.
Is there objection?
Mr. President.
Senator Florida.
Mr. President, reserving the right to object. Today is day 28 of the Democrat shutdown. A shutdown caused by Democrats' complete blind hatred, of Donald Trump. They are spending more time attacking President Trump than fighting for the American people who are harmed by their shutdown. Democrats have voted for weeks to deprive our men and women in the military from getting their paychecks. They're stopping Capitol Police, federal law enforcement, air traffic controllers, essential federal employees from getting paid. In just a few days, 42 million people receiving SNAP benefits may not get the benefits they rely on because the Democrats will not support the continuing resolution that most of us don't like. It's the Biden funding. Clearly, my Democrat colleagues are willing to do anything they can to attack President Trump instead of voting to reopen the government and stop this recklessness. The American people are sick of the political games at their expense, and so am I. Therefore, I object.
Objection is heard.
Mr. President.
Senator Madden.
This is extremely disappointing. By blocking my resolution, Washington Republicans are saying that they approve of Donald Trump paying himself a multi-million-dollar settlement using taxpayer dollars. Millions of Americans are missing their paychecks, worrying about paying their bills, losing their SNAP benefits, and wondering if they're going to be able to afford their health insurance next year. My Republican colleagues have lost their way, should be ashamed of themselves for standing up and allowing this lawlessness to happen. Because, like I said, my Republican colleagues like to stand up here and talk about cutting wasteful spending. This $230 million, I would argue, is exactly that. So if they want to practice what they preach, they would actually support my resolution, stand up to this wasteful spending of the president, again, approving himself to pay himself nearly $250,000, and we can show the American people that all of us know the difference between serving the public and serving just one individual, President Trump. I yield.
Mr. President.
Senator Florida.
If my Democrat colleagues want to make sure people are not getting harmed by losing SNAP benefits or going without paychecks while they show up to work day after day, then they would vote to reopen government. Unfortunately, they've elected to not do that. So I hope my Democrat colleagues will come to their senses and vote this week to reopen government.
Well, first off and most important, I want to thank everybody for all your support. I've had two governor's races and two Senate races, and so many people in this room have been part of those elections, so I want to thank you from the bottom of my heart. And thanks for electing Republicans. First, I want to recognize my wife. I think she's right out here in front of us. She's put up with all these races, all the things I've tried in my life. She's been a great partner. Now, let's remember last year. Last year, when I spoke here, we talked about the hostages who were still being held captive by Hamas. That was a tough time. Thank God they're free. Thank God they're home. And thank you to the RJC for all you did, that you kept up the pressure for their release. So congratulations. As soon as October 7th happened, I put a poster up in front of my office that had of all the hostages. And I wanted every person that walked into my office to see exactly what Hamas was doing. The faces of these individuals that these Hamas terrorists were holding. We tweeted a story out every day about a hostage. We didn't want anybody ever to forget what happened. Too many people want the world to forget what happened and the terror that Hamas created, not Israel. I'm so glad that today we can meet knowing that President Trump busted his butt and got them home, and they are free. I want to thank Matt Brooks and Norm Coleman for their relentless efforts leading the RJC, and they've done a great job. From the first time I came here, this has gotten to be a bigger and bigger group every year. Now, in my lifetime, I've never seen so much anti-Semitism as we've seen the last few years. It's tough. Thank God we have President Trump in the White House, but there are still severe pockets of anti-Semitism across the country that have to be stamped out. The RJC has been vital for helping fight back by helping elect great candidates who will support our Jewish communities and our great ally, the only democracy in the Middle East, Israel. Now I want to go home. I want to thank Matt Bogdanoff, who handles Florida for the RJC. So if you'll be a big round to all the Floridians to thank Matt. Now, we all know elections matter, right? But in my lifetime, I cannot think of an election that was more consequential than last November. Think about it. Only because President Trump is president, Iran has been sidelined, the hostages who were held for 2 years have been freed. We are on a path, and hopefully we'll continue down a path to peace for Israel. Our southern border is secure. Poorly run cities like Washington, D.C. are finally safe. Residents can walk around. Families have more rights than criminals and the homeless. When I got to D.C., especially during the Biden administration, there were just homeless shelters everywhere. Now we could stand here all night, and I could list all the great things that have happened since President Trump took office just a little over 9 months ago. But think about it. What if he didn't win? Iran would have a nuclear weapon. Terrorists would be trying to wipe Israel off the face of the earth. Jewish students wouldn't be able to be safe at their college campuses. Drugs, terrorists, and illegals would be flooding across their border just like they did during the Biden administration. Law enforcement would be villainized while racist DEI policies would be running our federal government under Harris. Now, I know we're all thankful that President Trump is back in the White House because think of the contrast of what our country could have been if Harris had won. But there is still severe anti-Semitism. And there are socialist candidates across our country on the cusp of potentially leading some of our nation's biggest cities. Just look at New York City, where voters are about to elect a radical socialist who is anti-Semitic, anti-police, and anti-capitalism in New York City. Mondami has said, quote, "We have to make it clear that when the boots of the NYPD is on your neck, it's been laced by the IDF." Think about that statement. He's saying that Israel and our law enforcement are fueling violence in our great country. It's not just anti-Semitic, anti-police. Just like socialism, it's evil and it's idiotic. Now think about it. When I was growing up, New York City represented the American dream, a city where anything was possible. You wanted to move to New York City to live the dream of this country. Now it's become the city where Jewish students are attacked, capitalism is shunned, and people like Mondami are celebrated. New York City has benefited from the best system in the world, capitalism. Now is villainized, capitalism is villainized by Mondami and Democrats all across this country. But think about it, socialism isn't new. It's an old, barbaric, discredited idea that's failed every time it's been tried. Look at my state. We have people from Cuba and Venezuela, those families have fled those countries and the brutal regimes that only stayed in power through death and destruction. And unfortunately, over the course of history, we continue to see anti-Semitism pop up all over the world, but even in our country. And that's why groups like the RJC, AIPAC, and the U.S. Holocaust Museum are so important in the collective fight for the Jewish people and the support of Israel. But it's clear, the more success President Trump has and Republicans have, the more extreme the Democrats go to embrace the most radical candidates and their policies. Right now, government is shut down in Washington, D.C. over one reason. Chuck Schumer and the Democrats want to give benefits, your tax dollars, to illegals. They want to make sure that your tax dollars pay for trans surgeries and abortion. Our military, TSA workers, FAA aren't getting paid. Democrats are putting illegals, abortion, and trans surgeries above all these hard-working federal workers. Now, despite the fact that we're not getting paid, all these individuals getting paid? Guess who is getting paid? Chuck Schumer, the Democrats, all of Congress is getting paid. It's so messed up. Since I got to the Senate, I've had a bill, no budget, no pay. But who blocks it? Chuck Schumer and the Democrats. We shouldn't get paid if we don't do our job. I'm a business guy. I never got paid if I didn't do my job. We didn't pay people that didn't show up to work. So we have to get the budget done. But this is today's Democrat Party, and it's actually the future of the Democrat Party. It's funded by people like George Soros and other socialist, anti-Semitic millionaires and billionaires. These candidates run on, quote, free everything. It sounds really nice to everybody, but it has never worked. And the crazy thing is that Democrats like Gavin Newsom and Mondami lie about how they grew up. They grew up that they struggled. They struggled so they can be relatable. But guess what? They're both elites who grew up wealthy. I actually grew up poor. I actually lived in public housing. I didn't have to lie and make up some story about how my family struggled. I never met my dad. My adopted dad had a 6th grade education. And he fought in the Second World War. He was one of 3,000 individuals that did all 4 combat jumps with the 82nd Airborne. So like my older brother and me, we started working when we were under 10. I was 7 years old, just to help my family. My mom had to figure out how to put food on the table, and it was hard. And you know, even though my family struggled, my mom told me, only because you grew up in America, you have every opportunity. You live in the greatest country in the world. I joined the Navy at 18, got married at 19, and I started businesses. We spent decades building businesses, and we lived our version of the American dream. Is that this American dream that every Democrat right now is trying to destroy. They attack America, they attack allies like Israel, they attack capitalism, they attack freedom, they attack anyone who has made money. They attack success. And they have to fabricate their stories about struggling. They wouldn't even understand the true horrors of socialism because they haven't led it. They like to attract President Trump for every word he says. But maybe if they were tolerant, like they say they were, they would see that Israel is the greatest champion for human rights in the Middle East. They spend their time right now worrying about the East Wing of the White House. Maybe Gavin Newsom should worry more about not letting communities like Pacific Palisades burn down because he doesn't care about preparing for wildfires. Maybe Mondami should focus on bringing the cost of living down in New York City by cutting taxes and reducing regulations, rather than trying to open up grocery stores. Think about it. Here's a guy that grew up rich, has never worried about being fed. Maybe he should go down to Cuba and see what it's like to see a bread line. His goal is to turn New York City into New Havana. Then we've got Michigan. Michigan wants to tax the rich. There's a ballot proposal that there's going to change the Constitution to start, saying they're going to go after the rich. They claim it is just on, just on those rich people that make a whole bunch of money. That's how it all starts, but eventually they tax everyone because it never works. It's never enough money. Think about right now, how much would it take if we took everybody's income and we wanted to pay off the deficit this year? What do you think? If we took everybody's income, if they made $10 million, $1 million, 500,000, we'd have to take everybody's income to balance the budget this year if you made more than $100,000. It's never enough. Now, when I was governor of Florida, I've worked hard to make sure, that was a good job, by the way. And Byron Dollins is here, and he's going to do a great job. He's going to do a great job. I hope everybody helps him. So what do? We tried to say, we worked our butts off to get everybody a job. We had 1.7 million jobs. We tried to become #1 higher education, top 5 in K-12 education, and we wanted to make sure everybody lived in a safe community. We cut taxes and fees. We made the place to where everybody wanted to move to Florida. We changed the Constitution, so we made it almost impossible to raise taxes. How many people have moved to Florida? A few, right? Now think about it. There's a reason that people are moving from New York. When I was governor, we became the 3rd biggest state we passed New York. And guess what? AOC's mom moved to Florida. Where's President Trump? He's in Florida. Why? Florida values freedom. We fight against anti-Semitic BDS policies, and Randy Fine's here, and he's been a leader. I just ran a banner over New York City beaches, and it said, "Hate socialism, us too, move to Florida." Now, some people say, aren't you worried you're going to get all those socialists? No, they stay. So that's why we've added way more Republicans, because we're the free state of Florida. Now, let me just close. Now, let's just slow down and think about this. Great nations don't automatically last forever. Every day, people around the world are desperately trying to get into our great country. We are the greatest nation in the world. We cannot be torn up from within, and that is why we all need to continue to support our great President Donald Trump and bust our butts to make sure we win every state, in every local election, and that's how you win national elections. So I want to thank everybody for the opportunity to be here, and let me just finish with one thing I just want to say. I want to be clear about something. If you want to be anti-Semitic, there's already one political party that features that. Our side cannot tolerate anti-Semitism. We cannot and we will not put up with that in our Republican Party. All of us must stand together and condemn anti-Semitism and hatred wherever we see it. So I'm grateful for everybody here that's busting their butt to get Republicans elected. I'm very appreciative of what you're doing to help Israel and fight anti-Semitism. If there's anything I can do to be supportive, give me a call. Have a great night. Bye-bye. They spend their time right now worrying about the East Wing of the White House. Maybe Gavin Newsom should worry more about not letting communities like Pacific Palisades burn down because he doesn't care about preparing for wildfires. Maybe Mondami should focus on bringing the cost of living down in New York City by cutting taxes and reducing regulations, rather than trying to open up grocery stores. Think about it. Here's a guy that grew up rich, has never worried about being fed. Maybe he should go down to Cuba and see what it's like to see a bread line. His goal is to turn New York City into New Havana. Then we've got Michigan. Michigan wants to tax the rich. There's a ballot proposal that there's going to change the Constitution to start, saying they're going to go after the rich. They claim it is just on, you're just on those rich people that make a whole bunch of money. That's how it all starts, but eventually they tax everyone because it never works. It's never enough money. Think about right now, how much would it take if we took everybody's income and we wanted to pay off the deficit this year? What do you think? If we took everybody's income, if they made $10 million, $1 million, 500,000, we'd have to take everybody's income to balance the budget this year if you made more than $100,000. It's never enough.
Great. First, I want to thank Senator Ron Johnson and Congressman Byron Donalds for being here. This is ridiculous what's going on. This is the third time in my life I've been targeted by the executive branch. The latest is Jack Smith, right? So he, I don't know why, but it was an attack against me, an attack against Ron, and a bunch of others, but really it was an attack against the Republican Party. Their goal was to destroy the Republican Party. So this is my third time. During the Biden administration, they stole my tax records and disclosed them to ProPublica. Anything happened to ProPublica? Absolutely not. The Biden administration did nothing to them. I led the effort to fight against Hillary back under the Clinton administration. So as a result, I got the Clinton DOJ to investigate my company. So this has to stop. So a business person can be targeted, a senator can be targeted. Who cannot be targeted, right? So I want to thank Senator Johnson, Senator Grassley for all their hard work. I want to thank Jim Jordan over in the House for their hard work. We have got to get to the bottom of this. This has got to stop. I want to thank Congressman Byron Donalds he's calling on Judge Boasberg to be impeached. I agree. This guy's got to be out of office. This is ridiculous what's going on. So I've written a letter to Pam Bondi. I want an investigation by the DOJ. We have met, and I'm going to be asking for more information for Verizon. Why was Verizon okay of spying on members of Congress, but AT&T didn't do it? Why didn't they think about whether they should do this? Why didn't they think about this rather than just go forward, give my text, my voicemail, bank information, all that stuff? So this has to stop. I want to thank everybody that's involved in doing and getting to the bottom of this. This has to stop. These people need to be brought to justice. Whatever they shouldn't be Judge Boyce shouldn't have the power of a judge. He should be impeached or he should resign. And Jack Smith, we've got to find out exactly what happened, and if appropriate, he needs to be indicted. So let me turn over to Senator Johnson. I want to thank the chairman for putting this together. Back in 29, I organized a group called Conservatives for Patients' Rights to try to figure out how, if we're going to pass health care reform, let's do it in a manner that drives down the cost of health care. Because I think all of us want to make sure people not just get health care insurance, but they actually get health care. Health care means that you can afford to go to a doctor. Health care means that you're not bankrupt if you have a catastrophic illness. And unfortunately, what passed didn't make any sense. As we know, when Obama promised you wouldn't lose your doctor, what happened with that? Biggest lie of the year. He promised you wouldn't lose your plan. No, you lost your plan. Then they set it up to where there was an increased incentive to take care of able-bodied adults rather than, in my state of Florida, you got paid, the state got paid more money to take care of able-bodied adults than people on disability. I mean, that actually made no sense at all. Then what's happened is exactly what we thought. When I became governor, so I was running different companies at the time. I bet the deductible was, I can't imagine it was more than $1,500. A catastrophic plan was $3,000, or it couldn't even be $5,000. And now what you look at is deductibles have skyrocketed, premiums have skyrocketed, co-payments have skyrocketed, and basically what was a catastrophic plan back then is the normal plan now. So it doesn't make any sense. And then to mask the cost of these premium increases, which the premiums are going up. Why are the premiums going up? Well, hospitals are charging more money. Drugs are charging more money. All the players in it are charging more money, and then there's no money. There's nobody there that says, "Oh, do I really need to spend that money?" Like all of us have children, know that our children spend the money they make way more efficiently than this money that we give them. And so it just seems to me, if we actually want to fix this, there's really only two things that really are going to fix it. One, we've got to make every American a consumer of healthcare. That means when you go buy something, you look at the price, you look at the quality, you look at the service, you question it. That's what we should be doing in healthcare. But people don't have actually the opportunity to do it because they're dictated by either the government or they're dictated by their employer of what they have to buy. They don't have choices. They don't have a choice of a whole bunch of different plans they get to do. Then on top of that, let us, we need to make sure anybody that needs health care, they've got to have access to a plan that they can afford. And before Obamacare, I think it was 40-some states had high-risk pools that really took care of the people that had chronic problems that were significantly higher than what the normal person would have. Unfortunately, Obamacare stopped all that. So the only way we're going to get this fixed is, number one, we've got to make everybody a consumer. So if we're going to get, my belief is I did it when I was a consumer. I let my employees choose their health care, choose their plan. I didn't say, oh, you have to buy this plan. They had co-payments, they had deductibles, so they had incentives to be healthy. So we need to be able to do that with regard to any government-sponsored program. And then there has to be unbelievable choice. So one person might be worried because of family history of something. Another person is not worried about that, so they don't want to do it. So we got to figure this out. So now we've got these Biden COVID-era subsidies. It's unbelievable fraud. The money's going directly to insurance companies. How does that make any sense? It goes just check directly to the insurance companies. We know millions of people have been getting. Supposedly been covered. They don't even know it. They don't even know it. I mean, the money just went to an insurance company, right? Nobody knew it. And so I'm glad the ranking member wants to crack down this fraud. Why didn't they do it when they passed this? I mean, there was unbelievable fraud allowed.
I think all you had to know is somebody's name, address, and birth date, and you could sign them up. And people were doing it all the time. And then we have people that are worth $1 million, and we're subsidizing their health care. Now, most Americans are not worth $1 million. So we have people that are busting their butt, working every day, 40, 50 hours a week, and we're subsidizing health care of millionaires. That's wrong. And that's exactly what these Biden COVID era subsidies did. So I want to make sure people get health care. I want to make sure that if you have a chronic illness, you have a plan to get it. But this idea that no accountability, insurance companies make all the money, and no accountability, and for rich people, it makes no sense to me. So, Mr. White, my staff looked at some of the plans available in Madison, Wisconsin on the individual exchange. The premiums are too high, right? And deductibles are too high. And so often, I mean, you can get insurance, but you don't get health care, right? So how's that as compared, what you would get through these COVID era plans, or the Obamacare plans covered, the mass cost by the COVID era plans, how's that as compared to employer small group plans? What's happened to the cost?
The tragedy, I think you put your finger on it, is that for consumers, you can only use your subsidy on Obamacare. And those plans in general have 3 times higher deductibles than the average Obamacare plan. So the average Obamacare plan, the silver level unsubsidized deductible, is $5,000 a year, thereabouts. The average small group plan is about $2,000.
And you can't do it.
You cannot use your subsidy.
Why would they do that?
That's how the law is written.
But why would they do it? Why would that make any sense? Why wouldn't you have an option?
Why wouldn't you have an option?
Yeah.
I don't know. The authors of the law designed it this way, and what we saw pre-Obamacare, about 50% of small businesses offered coverage. Post-Obamacare today, just 31% do. So 12 million people have gone from small business coverage, and they're now getting Obamacare, which means
small business with options.
The small businesses dropped coverage, and they sent their employees onto the exchange, where they're paying 3 times higher deductibles, higher premiums, including unsubsidized premiums, and they're getting worse access to care. 80% of the plans on Obamacare right now are exclusive HMO type plans or exclusive provider arrangement plans, which means if I tried to go out of network to a doctor, the insurer would pay $0. That is significantly impeding my access to care. We have to keep in mind, coverage does not equal care. Just because I have an insurance card doesn't mean I can see a doctor. And what we're seeing in Obamacare right now, compared to the employer market, is I can't see my doctor. I can't afford the deductible, and the doctor's not in my network. If I just stayed with my small business, if we created incentives for small business to retain employees, we would have far lower deductibles, far lower premiums, far greater access to doctors, and taxpayers would spend 3 times less.
Thank you.